Hi there and welcome back to Dramoria. Tonight, I want to tell you the entire story of the Druids. The simple reason is that they are one of those groups from the ancient world who feel both real and kind of unreal at the same time. You hear the word Druid, and you instantly think of forests, rituals, secret knowledge, and people who seem to understand nature in a way the rest of us forgot. The Druids sit at a wonderful crossroads between history and enchantment. I am going to walk you through where they lived, what they were believed to do, why they mattered so much to Celtic society, and how their legend kept growing even after their world started to change. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, please like and subscribe. It really is the best way to support the channel, and it helps these long wandering journeys find the people who need them. And if you feel like it, tell me, where in the world are you listening from? Thank you for being here. Now, get comfy. This one is going to be a good ride. There is a funny thing about the Druids that happens almost immediately when you start looking for them. They are everywhere and nowhere at the same time. You can walk into any bookstore and find them in fantasy sections, in spiritual shelves, in glossy books about ancient secrets, and in the kind of tourist shops that sell you a little bag of mist and promise it is real Irish fog. But the real Druids, the ones who lived and breathed in the old Celtic world, left us no personal diaries, no neat lists of rules, no glamorous "this is the way we do it" handbook. So we stand at the edge of their world the way someone might stand at the edge of a forest at night, hearing movement inside, but never quite seeing what made the sound. To understand how they could become so powerful in legend while remaining so elusive in detail, you have to step into the Celtic world itself, because the Druids did not float above society like mysterious smoke. They were woven into it. The Celts were not one single empire marching under one flag. They were a wide family of tribes spread across a huge part of Europe. They lived in Britain and Ireland, across Gaul, in parts of Spain and Central Europe, and even as far into the Eastern world as Anatolia, where the Galatians settled and caused enough trouble to be remembered by name. This was a world of hill forts, long trade routes, shifting alliances, and a rich culture of art, metalwork, song, and story. It was a world that valued courage, reputation, hospitality, and a kind of poetic memory that could keep generations alive just by speaking their names. If you are trying to imagine the atmosphere, think of a society where the past is not a dusty shelf, but an active presence that can be summoned by the right words at the right time. In that setting, an educated class was not a luxury, but a pillar. Someone had to remember the laws, keep the peace between clans, preserve sacred traditions, and explain the meaning of the sky, the seasons, the storms, the sudden deaths, and the unexpected good fortune that could appear like a gift or a warning. The Druids fit that need so perfectly that the role seems almost inevitable once you picture the world clearly. They were not only religious figures, they were also teachers, judges, advisors to kings, and guardians of tradition. Their authority did not come from castles or armies. It came from knowledge, and from the belief that knowledge itself was a form of power. When a society accepts that certain people have access to the rules of the universe, you get something stronger, than fear. You get trust. You get reverence. You get a sense that the Druids might be the ones who keep the invisible machinery of life running smoothly. Even the name feels like it carries the smell of leaves after rain. Many people connect the word Druid to the oak, and the image is so persuasive it is hard not to love it. The oak was one of the great kings of the forest in Celtic thought. It was strong, long-lived, and generous with shade and shelter. It was also a practical tree for a world that built, heated, cooked, and crafted with wood. But the oak also had the sort of symbolic weight that makes a tree turn into an idea. A person who knew the oak, who understood the grove, who could speak of the forest as a place of meaning and not just resources, would have seemed like a person who understood life itself. When later sources describe Druids gathering in groves or treating certain trees as sacred, it does not feel like a decorative detail. It feels like a central clue to the way they saw the world. The problem, or the delight depending on your mood, is that nearly everything we hear about them comes from outsiders. Greek and Roman writers looked at the Druids with fascination, admiration, and sometimes alarm. Julius Caesar is the most famous of these voices because he was not just a casual observer. He was a man trying to conquer the world the Druids belonged to. When he wrote about them during his campaigns in Gaul in the 1st century BCE, he described an organized and influential priestly class. He tells us they handled sacrifices and religious matters, that they were deeply involved in law and disputes, and that they taught young men for years. He also claims that the soul was immortal and moved from body to body, a belief that would have been both comforting and motivating in a warrior culture. You can imagine how useful such a belief might be when you are asking someone to face a Roman legion without flinching. Caesar also says something that has sparked centuries of imagination. He suggests that Britain was a major center of Druid learning and that those who wanted the deepest training traveled there. Whether that is literal truth or a Roman impression of British prestige, it adds a wonderful sense of scale. It implies a network of learning across the sea. It suggests that Druidic instruction may have been something like attending a renowned school, where going to the right place could shape your status for life. If you let the image breathe for a moment, you can see a young student leaving home, crossing rough waters, and arriving in a land of forests and old sanctuaries, eager to learn the rules of the sacred world the way others might learn the rules of politics or war. And the training itself is one of the most impressive ideas in the whole story. The Druids, like the bards, lived in a culture where memory was a craft. They famously did not commit their teachings to writing. This was not because they could not write, since writing existed all around them. It was because oral knowledge carried a special authority. When something is memorized and passed from a teacher to a student, it becomes alive in the act of speaking. It becomes part of the person who holds it, and it becomes harder for the casual outsider to steal. Roman sources suggest that Druidic study could take many years, even as long as 20. That is a long time to sit with elders, learn poetry and lore, absorb genealogies, mythic narratives, sacred formulas, observations of the stars, and the vast catalogue of plants and their uses. It is also long enough to turn learning into identity. You are not merely someone who knows a fact. You become someone who belongs to a lineage of knowledge. It also helps explain why the Druids could occupy a place that was both spiritual and political. In societies without a centralized bureaucracy, the people who control knowledge control the social glue that holds everything together. A druid who could settle a blood feud, interpret a bad omen, or confirm the legitimacy of a king was not a side character. He was a crucial mechanism of order. When Roman writers mention that druids could impose severe religious penalties, including exclusion from rituals, it sounds like a spiritual punishment, but it was also a social one. In a culture where community and ritual were intertwined, being cut off was almost like being erased. If you are looking for soft power in the ancient world, this is it. But it would be a mistake to imagine them only as stern judges and solemn priests. The Celtic world loved story, poetry, and reputation, and Druids would have moved through that world as highly educated figures who understood how to speak in ways that carried weight. Their authority likely came with performance, with ceremony, with the careful use of language. In a society where words could be binding, where satire could ruin a man's standing, and where praise poetry could elevate a chieftain to near mythic status. The people who mastered language held a special kind of influence. A druid might have been as comfortable at a public assembly as in a quiet grove, because both places required the same skill. Reading the room, reading the signs, reading the story of who the people believed themselves to be. There is also the bigger question that hangs over all of this, the one that makes the Druids so irresistible. Where did they begin? The earliest written references to Druids from the Mediterranean world show us that by the time Greeks and Romans noticed them, they were already established and respected. That suggests a long development behind the scenes. Druidism likely grew out of older Indo-European religious patterns and local Celtic traditions shaped by centuries of social change. The Druids may have inherited practices from even earlier sacred specialists, then refined them into a formal class. By the time the Iron Age was in full swing, the Celts were not only building fortresses and trading goods, they were building ideas about identity, ancestry, and the relationship between humanity and the living world. Druids would have been at the center of that, not as inventors of religion from scratch, but as professional guardians of a worldview that already ran deep. This is where the mythic glow begins to form, because when you have a class of people who do not write their secrets down, who train for years in memorized wisdom, who link law, ritual, and cosmology into one role, and who meet in places that feel set apart from ordinary life, you get a natural aura. The sacred grove is not just a location, it is a symbol of another way of thinking. It is the idea that knowledge can be rooted in nature, that the forest itself can be a classroom, and that the gods might prefer leaf and sky over stone temples. Whether the Druids were literally always in the woods is less important than the idea that they belonged to the woods, that their authority was not separated from the natural world, but derived from it. If you imagine a day in that early Druidic world, you can almost see how they fit into the rhythm of life. A chieftain might consult them before a major alliance. A farmer might seek their blessing for a crucial planting. A family might ask for guidance after a troubling dream. A young student might watch an elder recite a genealogy that reaches back through time in a way that makes the old dead ancestors feel present and attentive. And in moments of large public ceremony, when the tribe gathered to honor a seasonal turning or a sacred obligation, the Druids would have given the event its shape and meaning. They were the people who told you why it mattered and why the gods might be listening. And then, of course, there is the moment when the outside world begins to press in. The Romans were not just passing tourists with notebooks. They were the most organized imperial power the Western world had seen. When Rome met the Celtic world, it met not only fierce warriors and dramatic hill forts, but also a spiritual class that could unify people through shared belief and lore. It is easy to see why Roman writers paid such close attention. The Druids were not a quaint local custom. They were a system of influence. The fact that Caesar took the time to describe their role suggests that he understood they were part of what made Celtic society resilient and coherent. So in this first stretch of the story, before any great clash with empire or any dramatic ending of old traditions, we are looking at the Druids in their natural element. They were not yet a memory. They were an active force. They belonged to a world where myth was not an entertainment category, but a way of explaining reality, where the line between nature and sacred meaning was thin enough to step across, where the education of a single person could take decades, because that education was meant to shape the whole community. The Druids make more sense when you think of them not as isolated mystics, but as the brain and conscience of a society that believed knowledge should be carried by human beings, spoken in human voices, and protected by tradition. When you stand at the edge of that world, you can feel why their legend has lasted. People love the idea that there were once teachers who learned in forests, who carried law in their minds, who could speak of the soul without fear of death, and who treated the living earth as a sacred partner rather than a silent resource. Whether you meet them through Roman reports, later Celtic stories, or the modern imagination, the emotional shape is consistent. The Druids represent a kind of lost confidence in meaning, the comforting thought that the world was readable, that signs could be understood, and that wisdom had a place at the center of public life. And as the light shifts toward the next part of their journey, my favorite way to picture it is simple. Imagine a grove at the end of a long day. The air cools. The conversations quiet down. A teacher and a student linger after everyone else has gone, repeating lines of lore or poetry until the words settle into memory. Somewhere beyond the trees, the tribe eats, argues, celebrates, and prepares for the next season. The Druids are present in all of it, not loud, not flashy, just essential. The forest darkens gradually, and the old knowledge remains awake inside human minds. If the first thing that makes the Druids so magnetic is the fog of mystery around them, the second thing is the sheer ambition of what they seem to be trying to do. They were not simply people who performed rituals and spoke to gods in forests. They were also the people who carried the memory of an entire society. That is a bigger job than it sounds. In a world without printing presses, without libraries open to the public, without easy ways to store information beyond the fragile human mind, you needed specialists who could act as walking archives. The Druids appear to have been exactly that. When Roman writers describe them, it is rarely with the tone of casual interest. It reads more like someone stumbling into a system that is already carefully built and running at impressive speed. So to understand them in a way that feels human, it helps to imagine less of a mysterious sorcerer and more of an elite educator, a judge, a philosopher, and a cultural anchor who just happened to do his most important work under trees instead of under marble columns. The training alone could make you sit up straighter. Ancient sources claim that becoming a druid required a long period of study, sometimes said to be up to 20 years. Even if we take that as a rounded number meant to impress the reader, the core message is still clear. This was not weekend schooling, it was a life shape. A young person entering druidic training was effectively choosing to become part of a specialized class with responsibilities that touched religion, law, story, diplomacy, and social cohesion. The idea that you might spend the bulk of your youth learning sacred formulas, tribal lore, genealogies, rituals, astronomy, poetry, and the medicinal uses of plants tells you that the Druids were not improvising. They were not casual mystics who woke up one day and decided to read the clouds for a living. They were part of a structured system of knowledge with standards, expectations, and a clear social purpose. It is also one of the most beautiful details that they preferred to teach orally. We should not imagine that the Celts were incapable of writing. Writing existed across the ancient world, and the Celts had contact with literate cultures through trade and warfare. But oral tradition was not about ability, it was about values. When knowledge is written down, it becomes a thing you can carry away. When knowledge is taught by memory, it becomes a relationship. It ties the student to the teacher, and the teacher to a line of tradition that reaches back through time. It also makes learning an act of endurance and loyalty. You prove you are worthy of the material by the effort it takes to hold it inside you. In that sense, refusing to write sacred teachings was not stubbornness. It was a form of protection and a way of making wisdom feel alive. Imagine a young student, perhaps the child of a noble family, arriving at a place where learning happens in open air. We do not have a schedule or a curriculum in the modern sense, so we have to infer the shape from what outsiders recorded and from the logic of the society itself. But it is easy to picture a routine that blends the practical and the sacred. Morning lessons might involve law. Elders recite rulings and precedents, cases of land disputes, blood feuds, compensation, and the obligations between clans. In a culture where honor and justice were deeply public matters, knowing the law was not a quiet academic skill. It was a way to prevent entire communities from tearing themselves apart. Later in the day, teaching might turn to poetry and memory. A student learns how to recite lineages of kings and heroes, how to preserve the names of the dead, how to speak in a way that carries weight during public gatherings. And somewhere within all of that, the sacred world is always present, not separated into a distinct subject, but woven into everything. The gods, the spirits of the land, the rhythm of seasons, and the meaning of animals and natural signs are not add-ons, they are the frame. The Druids were not the only learned class in the Celtic world, and this is another detail that makes them feel more real. Bards and poets served a parallel function, preserving story and reputation. In many ways, the Druids and bards were cousins in the same cultural family, each specializing in different forms of authority. The bard could praise a leader into near myth and could reduce a reputation to ash with satire. The druid could validate a king's legitimacy, mediate disputes, and align the life of the tribe with the sacred order of the universe. In a society where memory was currency, these roles overlapped and reinforced each other. Together they formed a kind of cultural nervous system. If you remove them, the body of society still exists, but it loses its ability to coordinate itself with the same grace. Roman writers mention that Druids were often exempt from military service and taxes. That sounds like a perk, and it certainly was, but it also suggests something deeper. Exemption is not given lightly in a warrior society. It implies that the Druids were considered too important to be lost in battle or distracted by mundane obligations. Their value was in what they knew and what they could do for the spiritual and legal health of the community. It also hints at how their neutrality might have been preserved. A judge who must arbitrate between clans cannot easily belong to a single warband. A spiritual authority who regulates rituals needs the trust of the whole tribe, not just the faction that holds the sharpest swords. Their public role as judges is worth lingering over because it is one of the ways we can most clearly see them operating in everyday life. When two families disputed a boundary, or when a killing demanded compensation or revenge, the Druids could step in as the ones who knew the right forms, the right precedents, the right balance between justice and peace. Caesar tells us that they judged nearly all public and private disputes. That is a sweeping claim, and perhaps the reality varied by region, but it still paints a picture of a class that could regulate social tension. In a sense, the Druids were not merely keepers of religion, they were keepers of order. This ties to one of the more striking punishments attributed to them. To be excluded from sacrifice and ritual was considered the harshest penalty. In modern terms, it is hard to imagine being banned from a ceremony as worse than fines or imprisonment. But in an ancient community where ritual was a key way of belonging, to be cut off was to be morally and socially isolated. It was like being expelled from the story your people tell about themselves. There is something both austere and strangely elegant about a society that treats spiritual exclusion as the ultimate consequence, because it reveals how deeply religion and social identity were fused. The Druids also appear to have been advisors to kings and chieftains. This is the point where we can imagine a very human dynamic. Power in the Celtic world was personal. It rested in leaders who managed alliances, raided enemies, distributed gifts, and maintained honor. Those leaders needed counselors who could speak not only about politics, but about legitimacy, taboo, and the right timing for major decisions. When should a campaign begin? When should an oath be sworn? Who is truly worthy of leading the tribe? These are questions that have practical consequences, but in a pagan society, they are also religious ones. A druid who confirms that a decision aligns with sacred law is strengthening the ruler's authority in the eyes of everyone who believes the gods pay attention to human affairs. And then there is the famous mention of belief in reincarnation, or at least the immortality of the soul. Roman writers tell us that the Druids taught that the soul does not die, but passes into another body. Again, we cannot know exactly how this was understood in every place and time, but the idea is consistent with the broader Celtic sense that the boundary between this world and the other world was permeable. This belief also has obvious social effects. If you expect life to continue in another form, the fear of death changes shape. Courage becomes easier to cultivate. Loss feels different. And the universe itself feels less like a straight line and more like a cycle, which fits a religion so deeply connected to seasons and natural rhythms. As you sit with these details, the image of Druid education becomes even more impressive. A student was not just memorizing facts. He was absorbing a worldview that linked cosmic cycles, moral law, communal identity, and personal destiny into a single coherent system. That is the kind of learning that produces quiet confidence. And it may help explain why the Druids appeared so formidable to Roman observers. Rome was used to priesthoods, yes, but the Roman religious system was often more transactional and civic in style. The Druids, by contrast, seemed to represent a more holistic role, the sort of figure who could be a philosopher one day, a lawgiver the next, and a ritual leader the next. The same person who interprets an omen can also settle a land dispute and educate the next generation. That is an extraordinary concentration of authority. There is also the matter of place. The Druids are consistently associated with natural settings. Groves, rivers, hills, and islands appear as sacred landscapes. Whether every lesson took place outdoors is beside the point. The important thing is that their identity was tied to the living world. The classroom was not a building, it was a relationship with nature. This makes their learning feel less like abstract theory and more like listening to the environment as a teacher, knowing which plants heal and which harm, understanding which birds or animals symbolically connect with particular deities, tracking seasonal transitions, reading the sky, learning to recognize the quiet patterns that can guide a community in practical and spiritual ways. Think of the medicinal knowledge alone. A druid who knew the properties of herbs could be a healer in a time when illness could collapse a household's future. The line between medicine and magic was not sharp. To gather a plant at the right phase of the moon or with the right ritual words could be both a spiritual act and a practical one. These were not separate domains. The belief that nature was enchanted was not a metaphor. It was a working assumption. In that worldview, a healer is also a spiritual technician. A plant is both chemistry and sacred gift. We might not describe it that way now, but for the Celts, it was perfectly coherent. This is where the Druids begin to feel not only powerful, but oddly familiar. Every society creates specialists who do the jobs that hold the larger system together. We have judges, professors, doctors, historians, and religious leaders. The Druids seem to compress many of those roles into one institution. So, if you want to imagine what it might have felt like to encounter a druid in daily life, you do not need to leap into fantasy immediately. You can imagine the druid as the person everyone respects because he knows how things should be done and why they matter. The one who can recite the old agreements between clans. The one who remembers what happened 3 generations ago when 2 families nearly went to war. The one who knows the story of a sacred river and the taboo that cannot be broken without inviting misfortune. This is not theatrical magic, it is social magic. The mystical aura is still there, of course, and part of what makes the Druid world so compelling is that it is not ashamed of mystery. The Celts were life-loving and war-ready and deeply poetic. They did not keep the supernatural at arm's length. They built it into the texture of ordinary life, so a druid could walk through a settlement and be approached not only for legal matters, but for spiritual ones. A troubling dream, a strange animal sighting, a string of unusually harsh storms, a child born under a certain sign. The druid would have been someone who could translate these events into meaning. In modern terms, we call that interpretation. In ancient terms, it might have been the difference between calm and panic. Some of this influence would also have been reinforced by ceremony. We can easily imagine communal gatherings where the druids presided over rituals tied to seasonal festivals. The turning points of the year were more than agricultural markers. They were sacred thresholds, fires lit at key moments, offerings made to secure fertility and peace. These gatherings were social glue and religious affirmation at once. Leading them required confidence, knowledge, and the ability to project authority without relying on physical force. That is a rare skill in any era. It is worth remembering, too, that the Druids were part of a world that loved spectacle when it mattered. Celtic art and metalwork show a people with a taste for intricate beauty and symbolic ornamentation. A ritual space might be simple in materials but rich in meaning. The presence of elders reciting sacred formulas or invoking the gods would have been enough to change the atmosphere of an entire crowd. Religion in such a setting is not a private affair. It is communal theatre with real consequences. When Caesar describes Druidic teaching, he also emphasizes that students learned about the size of the earth, the movements of celestial bodies, and the nature of the cosmos. That is striking because it suggests a curiosity that goes beyond immediate ritual needs. The Druids were not only repeating inherited formulas, they were thinking, studying patterns, making sense of the universe. In that sense, they belonged to a tradition of ancient philosophers as much as priests. Their knowledge likely included observations of the sun and moon necessary for calendar keeping, knowing when to plant and harvest, when to hold festivals, when to expect certain seasonal shifts. This is the kind of practical astronomy that grounded spiritual authority in everyday benefits. At this point, it becomes easier to see why Druids were described as an elite class rather than a fringe group. The society needed them. Their training produced people who could help stabilize communities, shape identity, ensure ritual continuity, and preserve knowledge in a world where memory was the safest vault. They were the human infrastructure of culture. When you compress that much responsibility into a single institution, you also create a class whose removal would feel like ripping out the roots of a tree. There is a poignant side to this too. Imagine the psychological weight of being trained for 20 years to hold the memory of your people, to memorize laws and stories and genealogies so thoroughly that you become the living reference point for others. That is a kind of mental architecture that modern education rarely asks of us. It would have required discipline, stamina, and a deep sense of purpose. It also implies that teachers were extraordinarily respected. Knowledge cannot be transmitted at that scale without a culture that honors learning. This is why the Druids resist simple stereotypes. They were not just forest mystics. They were not just priests. They were a class of professionals in a world where professionalism looked different but functioned in recognizable ways. Their authority was spiritual, legal, educational, and cultural. Their classrooms were sacred spaces. Their exams were likely public performance and memorization. Their diplomas were reputation, trust, and the right to speak with the voice of tradition. And all of this took place in a tense and changing world. The Celtic tribes were not isolated. They traded with the Mediterranean. They fought among themselves and against expanding powers. They built wealth, minted coins, and developed complex social hierarchies. As that world grew more connected and more pressured by the rising tide of Rome, the Druids would have been the ones tasked with explaining what change meant, what could be adopted, what must remain sacred, and how to preserve identity when the horizon keeps filling with unfamiliar banners. So when we picture the Druids as teachers and guardians of wisdom, we should picture them not frozen in timeless mist, but moving through a living society that was busy, proud, and anxious about the future in the way all societies are. The Druids were the people who could say, "Here is who we are, and here is how we stay whole." They offered a sense of continuity. They provided the tools for navigating conflict. They linked the tribe to its ancestors and to the invisible world. The day ends again where it began, in a grove or a quiet hall where learning is not rushed. The student repeats a line of law until it sits smoothly on the tongue. The elder corrects the rhythm, the emphasis, the memory of who said what and why it mattered. Somewhere nearby, the evening meal is cooking, livestock shift in their pens, a child laughs, a dog barks at a shadow. The sacred and ordinary do not compete, they coexist. A Druid's work is not to escape the world, but to keep it intelligible. And as twilight settles across the trees, the great secret of their power feels surprisingly simple. They mattered because they remembered. They mattered because they taught. They mattered because in a universe that could be chaotic and brutal, they offered a map of meaning that people could carry in their hearts. If the Druids were the minds and conscience of the Celtic world, then their religion was the air they breathed. This is the part of the story where the facts and the legends lean close together, like two friends telling the same memory with different details. We know the Druids were religious specialists. We know they performed rites and taught doctrines. And we know they held authority over sacred life, because that is repeated by the outsiders who met them and sometimes feared them. But when we try to picture what their spiritual world felt like from the inside, we have to step into a landscape where nature was not scenery. It was a living partner in every important decision. In such a worldview, a grove is not just a stand of trees. A river is not just water. The wind is not just weather. And an animal crossing your path is not just an animal. Everything can be a message. Everything can be an omen. Everything has a voice if you are trained to listen. The Druids were the people who claimed to understand that language and who could translate it for the rest of the community. There is a reason the image of Druids in forests has such staying power. Even if not every ceremony was held under branches, the idea fits the logic of their religion. Many ancient religions built temples to contain the divine. The Druids appear to have recognized the divine in the world itself. Sacred groves are mentioned repeatedly in the accounts that survive. You can almost feel the social meaning of that choice. A temple built by humans says the gods need a house. A grove says the gods already live here. It is a subtle difference with a huge emotional impact. Standing beneath old oaks, with the ground damp and the air full of leaf scent, you might find it easier to believe that the world is infused with spirit, that the line between human life and cosmic life is thin, and that ceremony does not need walls to be real. The Druids, for all their learned authority, seem to have anchored their work in places that proved their points without a single argument. One of the most famous rituals associated with them is the harvesting of mistletoe from an oak. The story comes to us through Roman and later classical writers who describe a ceremony in which Druids, often pictured in white robes, cut mistletoe with a golden sickle, usually at a carefully chosen time in the lunar cycle. The plant was treated as rare and powerful, a gift of the heavens that had chosen to grow on the king of trees. Whether the details are exact or not, the symbolic meaning is unmistakable. Mistletoe is a plant that seems to appear out of nowhere, suspended between sky and earth, rooted in a tree but not in the ground like other plants. It feels like a natural riddle. For a religion that loved thresholds and liminal places, mistletoe would have been irresistible. It is easy to imagine a community watching this ceremony with the seriousness reserved for things that hold the health of the tribe in their invisible hands, trusting that the right plant gathered in the right way could protect life, restore balance, and keep the gods in a generous mood. The Druids are also linked with animal lore in ways that speak to a broader Celtic fascination with the living world. Celtic art is full of stylized beasts, twisting forms, and creatures that seem to hint at symbolic meaning. The stories that later survive from Irish and Welsh traditions show a world where animals can be messengers, rivals, guides, or transformations of humans and gods. A boar could stand for ferocity and noble danger. A stag could represent wild sovereignty and the pulse of the forest itself. Birds could carry prophecy. A raven might be a grim warning or a sign of divine attention. To people living close to the rhythms of hunting, herding, and seasonal migration, animals were not abstract icons. They were daily facts of life. That made their symbolic power stronger, not weaker. A druid who interpreted an animal sign was not inventing meaning out of thin air. He was drawing on a shared sense that nature and fate were in conversation. This is also the domain where the Druids blur into what we might call magic, though the word can feel clumsy here. For the Celts, healing, ritual, and spiritual authority were not separated into neat categories. A plant used to cure a fever might also be gathered with prayer. An amulet might be both decorative and protective. A chant might be both poetry and spiritual technology. The Druids, trained in memory and nature lore, would have been the ones who knew which roots soothed pain, which leaves treated infection, and which rituals helped align the community with forces too large to see. This is one reason the Druids have endured in imagination as masters of secret knowledge. Their knowledge was secret not because it was showy, but because it was powerful in the quiet way that keeps people alive and reassures them that the world is not random. The calendar of the Celtic world adds another layer to this sacred logic. The great seasonal festivals that later come down to us, especially through Irish tradition, map out a year that is divided by sacred thresholds. Samhain marked the entry into the darker half of the year, a time when the boundaries between worlds were believed to thin. It was a festival of endings and beginnings, of fires, feasts, and the restless nearness of the other world. Beltane celebrated the flourishing of life as spring moved towards summer, often associated with fire rituals and the blessing of livestock and land. Imbolc, linked with the early stirrings of spring and later associated with Brigid in Irish tradition, carried the feeling of light returning in cautious increments. Lugnasad, a harvest celebration connected in later stories with the god Lu, honoured the ripening world and the labour that made survival possible. These festivals are not just charming cultural footnotes. They show a society that treated time itself as sacred and that used ritual to make the year feel like a meaningful story rather than a sequence of weather events. It is easy to imagine the Druids at the centre of these gatherings, not as entertainers, but as the ones who understood the correct forms, the right prayers, the sacred timing. A society that believed the health of the harvest and the safety of the tribe were influenced by divine favour would have taken these rites seriously. The Druids would have set the tone for communal participation. They would have reminded people of the old stories that explained why Samhain mattered, why fire was a cleanser and protector, why certain nights were more open to spirits and omens. Even if most of the tribe understood the general meaning, the Druid was the one who could articulate it in a way that made everyone feel the weight of tradition pressing kindly on their shoulders. The Druids also appear to have taught ideas about the soul that gave their religion a philosophical depth that impressed Roman observers. The notion that the soul could survive death and perhaps move into another form fits neatly with a worldview that sees life as cyclical. If the year dies into winter and returns in spring, if seeds vanish into earth and rise again as green life, then the idea that human existence might follow an arc that is not final at death feels emotionally consistent. This belief would have done something subtle to the culture. It would have softened the terror of mortality and strengthened the sense that the tribe was part of a bigger rhythm. It would also have given the Druids an even stronger claim to authority, since those who talk with confidence about what happens after death inevitably become the ones people turn to for courage, consolation, and meaning. When outsiders such as Caesar wrote about Druidic sacrifice, They emphasized that the Druids presided over significant rituals, sometimes describing them in dramatic terms. The infamous image of the wicker figure filled with offerings or people exists in the classical record as part of the Roman attempt to explain the severity and power of Celtic religion. Whether one imagines this literally or symbolically, the point within the cultural context is clear. The Romans believed the Druids were capable of mobilizing not only belief, but awe and fear. A religion that requires serious offerings to secure the god's favor suggests that the divine world was treated as an active force in politics and war. It also shows why Rome would later view the Druids as more than local priests. They were a spiritual authority that could unify resistance and provide an ideological spine to tribal identity. But it would be unfair to reduce Druid ritual to the dramatic moments that fascinated Roman writers. Most religious life in any society is not spectacle. It is repetition, blessing, daily observance, small offerings, and the quiet comfort of doing what ancestors did before you. The Druids likely supervised rites of passage, the blessing of agreements, the sacred confirmation of marriages and alliances, and the rituals that describe the relationship between people and land. When a community depends on the health of its fields and herds, a religion that ties prosperity to sacred order becomes a daily presence. A Druid would have been a familiar figure, not an exotic one. The wise presence at a dispute, the counselor before a risky choice, the healer when illness unsettled a household, the interpreter of strange dreams, unexpected storms, or troubling signs in the behavior of animals. In that sense, Druid religion was less a separate sphere and more the underlying grammar of life. This is also where the mythology begins to rise from the ground like mist. Later Celtic stories, even if preserved in Christian-era manuscripts, still echo an older world where sacred specialists can shape fate through speech and ritual. The Irish tales are full of giasa, sacred prohibitions and obligations that feel like the descendants of older spiritual law. The Druids appear in these stories as advisors, prophets, and sometimes rivals of heroes, people who can bless a king or pronounce a doom that becomes inescapable. Even when the later storytellers are writing in a changed world, the memory of Druid power remains intact. It suggests that in the older imagination, the Druid was not merely a background priest. He was a figure who could influence the narrative of a life. So when we consider the Druids as nature's magicians, the most important thing to remember is that their magic was not an escape from reality. It was a way of organizing reality. A sacred grove is a legal and spiritual space. A seasonal festival is an agricultural and cosmic event. A healing ritual is a medical and religious act. The Druids lived at the intersection of these concerns, and that intersection is exactly where a society places the people it trusts most. It is also why their legend is so durable. The modern imagination loves to split the world into rational and mystical, science and spirit, fact and story. The Druids belonged to a culture that did not need that split. They were intelligent and mystical at once, practical and visionary at once, rooted in law and trees and the movement of the stars. As the sun settles lower on this part of the story, I like to picture a late autumn gathering. The air smells of damp earth and smoke. The fields have been cleared and stored. People bring their worries and hopes into a communal space warmed by firelight. A druid stands not as a distant authority, but as a familiar pillar of the tribe, reciting the words that remind everyone that the year is turning as it always has, that darkness is part of the cycle and not the end of the story, that the other world may be close tonight, but that closeness is not only fear, it is also continuity. The ancestors are near, the gods are listening. The living world is folded into a larger rhythm that the Druids have spent their lives learning to name. And beyond the circle of fire and voices, the forest waits in its quiet way, full of old oaks and unseen paths, holding the kind of silence that makes a person believe the world has a memory of its own. You can feel the whole story shift the moment Rome enters it, because Rome did not just arrive with curious questions and a polite interest in local customs. Rome arrived with roads and rules and legions and that very specific imperial confidence that says, "We are about to reorganize your entire world for your own good." The Druids had already been important for centuries by the time a Roman soldier set foot in serious numbers on Celtic soil. They were teachers, judges, ritual leaders, guardians of memory, and the kind of social authority that keeps a culture coherent when everything around it is diverse and tribal and occasionally prepared to settle arguments with a spear. To the Romans, this was fascinating. To Roman generals who wanted obedience rather than philosophical conversation, this was also a problem. A people can be conquered with superior logistics and persistent violence. A world view is harder to conquer. The Druids were not a single warband to defeat. They were a system of belief and education that could outlast any one battle, and the Romans understood quickly that if you wanted to reshape Celtic society, you needed to weaken the people who helped it remember who it was. The earlier Roman writers who mention the Druids do so with a sense of encountering something old and impressive. By the time Julius Caesar was fighting in Gaul in the middle of the 1st century BCE, he was already dealing with a mature institution. His descriptions are the most famous because he wrote with the confidence of a commander who wanted Rome to see him as both conqueror and keen observer. He tells us that the Druids managed religious life and sacrifices and judged disputes. He says that young men flocked to them for education and that the training was long. He also notes their teaching about the immortality of the soul. It is impossible to read his account without sensing that he was impressed by how deeply rooted their authority was. Caesar was not sentimental. If he took time to describe a social class, it was because that class mattered to the stability of the region he was trying to absorb. His reports suggest that the Druids were almost a parallel government, not in a bureaucratic Roman sense, but in the way they regulated moral order, settled conflicts, and provided a shared religious framework for tribes that might otherwise have had little reason to trust one another. This is where the political danger becomes clear. The Druids were the connective tissue of the Celtic world. To a Roman administrator, a class of tax-exempt spiritual intellectuals who could rally tribes through shared tradition and sacred authority, might look like an obstacle to efficient rule. To a Roman general, they might look like the people who could turn resistance into a spiritual duty. The Romans did not usually crush local religions unless they saw them as direct threats to imperial control. The fact that Druidism began to attract restrictive attention tells us that Rome viewed it as more than colourful folklore. The Druids were likely the kind of influence that could encourage unity across tribal lines, especially in moments of external threat. When you have an invader who speaks in terms of empire and order, the people who speak in terms of ancestral law and sacred obligation become natural leaders of resistance. The clash between Rome and the Druids was not one single event. It was a slow tightening of pressure, a series of campaigns and prohibitions, and a gradual shift in the balance of power. In Gaul, Caesar fought a complex war against a patchwork of tribes who alternated between alliance and rebellion. The Great Uprising under Vercingetorix in 52 BCE became one of the most dramatic episodes of Celtic resistance. It is a story of fortified towns, desperate strategies, scorched earth tactics, and terrifying Roman persistence. The Druids are not the central characters in Caesar's narrative of that rebellion, but the very shape of the uprising suggests the kind of cultural cohesion they helped sustain. The tribes of Gaul did not always get along, yet when the threat became existential, a larger sense of identity emerged. The Druids, as guardians of shared tradition and sacred law, would have been part of the ideological backbone that helped this kind of unity feel legitimate. Even if a Druid did not personally lead a charge, the belief structure they maintained could turn resistance into something that felt not only political, but sacred. Roman accounts of Druidic sacrifice have always carried a grim fascination. The infamous story of the wicker figure, an enormous human-shaped effigy filled with offerings and set ablaze, comes from classical sources that aim to describe the power and severity of Celtic religious practice. The Romans were not above moral storytelling when it suited their needs, but these reports shaped how Druidism was understood for centuries. The image itself is haunting enough to endure, whether you read it as literal practice, symbolic exaggeration, or a Roman attempt to illustrate their enemies as both formidable and in need of civilizing conquest. What matters in the story of empire is that the Romans believed the Druids were capable of commanding life and death in ritual form. That belief alone would have made them seem dangerous. An empire that depends on orderly law and controlled violence is not comfortable with a priesthood that can justify sacrifice through a different moral universe. Britain became the next great stage of confrontation. Caesar made expeditions to Britain in 55 and 54 BCE, and while these were not full conquests, they opened the mental map of Roman ambition. Britain remained outside direct Roman rule until the invasion under Emperor Claudius in 43 CE. By then, the Druids were part of the cultural identity the Romans expected to meet. The Roman conquest of Britain unfolded over decades, and it was as much about cultural integration as it was about military victories. Forts rose, roads spread. Local elites were co-opted into Roman systems, and the Roman style of governance began to reshape daily life. Yet the Druids remained a symbolic and practical center of the old order. They were linked to sacred groves, to the authority of ancestral law, to the notion that the spiritual world was anchored in the land itself, rather than in imperial temples. One of the most dramatic confrontations involved the island of Mona, known today as Anglesey. Roman sources describe it as a stronghold of Druidic power in Britain, a place where the old religion was deeply rooted. The Roman governor Suetonius Paulinus led a campaign against the island around 60 or 61 CE. The descriptions we have are vivid and theatrical. They speak of Druids and their supporters gathering on the shore, invoking curses, raising their arms, and confronting the Roman advance with what must have looked like a dangerous mixture of spiritual confidence and political defiance. The Romans crossed, fought, and destroyed sanctuaries. The sacred groves were burned. The assault was not only punitive, it was strategic. The goal was to break the spiritual infrastructure of resistance. It is difficult not to imagine the emotional impact of this event. For the Celts who revered these places, the destruction of a grove was not simply the loss of a meeting spot. It was an attack on the living map of the sacred world. A grove carries memory. It is where elders taught students, where ritual confirmed communal belonging, where the gods were honored in the presence of their own creation. To see such a place cut down or burned by outsiders would have felt like watching the old universe itself being wounded. The Romans were experts at turning symbolic violence into political results. By targeting sacred centers, they were announcing that Roman authority would now sit above local spiritual sovereignty. The campaign against Anglesey has another dramatic wrinkle, because it was roughly contemporaneous with the uprising led by Boudica, queen of the Iceni. Her rebellion in 60 or 61 CE was explosive and brutal. Roman towns were attacked, including Camulodunum, Londinium, and Verulamium, and the violence on both sides was devastating. The Druids are not always directly tied to Boudica in surviving texts, but the timing makes the whole moment feel like a storm of resistance in which spiritual and political outrage mingled in the same air. It is easy to imagine how a society anchored in sacred tradition might view the rebellion not only as a political necessity, but as a cosmic correction. When empire presses too hard, the gods might demand an answer. A Druidic worldview could give ideological fuel to the kind of uprising that demands more than generic freedom. It demands the restoration of sacred balance. After these conflicts, Roman policy hardened. Emperor Claudius is said to have banned Druidic practices in Gaul, especially those tied to sacrifice. The move makes sense in the Roman legal imagination. You do not just defeat rebellion on the battlefield, you also dismantle its cultural sources. If the Druids were exempt from taxes and military service, if they held pan-tribal authority, if they conducted rituals that reinforced non-Roman identity, then controlling or removing them would have been an obvious step in tightening imperial rule. Rome was pragmatic. It often tolerated local gods, reinterpreted them within Roman frameworks, and allowed regional customs to continue so long as they did not challenge imperial stability. Druidism appears to have crossed the line from tolerated difference into perceived threat. Yet, even as Roman pressure increased, cultural change was not always a blunt replacement. In many places, older Celtic gods and customs blended with Roman forms. Temples were built where groves may have once held primary authority. Local deities were identified with Roman ones. The religious landscape became layered. In such an environment, one can imagine Druids adapting, retreating into more private roles, or continuing their functions in altered forms. When a priesthood loses public power, it does not necessarily vanish overnight. It may shift into the background, preserved through families, local rituals, and the slow, stubborn persistence of tradition. This part of the story is full of human paradox. The Romans might have seen the Druids as obstacles to order. The local communities likely saw them as guardians of identity. Empires are always good at telling themselves they are bringing peace. Indigenous spiritual authorities are always good at remembering that peace can mean surrender. Between those two perspectives lies the messy truth of cultural contact. Some local elites adopted Roman customs willingly because it brought wealth, stability, and status. Others resisted because the cost was too high. The Druids, whose authority rested in old structures of sacred law and communal tradition, would have been natural symbols of what was at stake. There is also the intriguing possibility that Roman fascination with the Druids indirectly helped preserve their legend. When a conquering power writes about your spiritual class, it ensures that future generations will at least know the name, even if the tradition itself is weakened. Caesar, Tacitus, and other writers did not intend to immortalize Druidism in a romantic sense. They were documenting an enemy system of authority. But history has a habit of turning hostile observations into seeds of fascination. The very fact that the Romans viewed the Druids as powerful enough to suppress suggests that the Druids must have been remarkably influential. It is hard to imagine Rome bothering to ban a harmless sideshow. As the Roman centuries rolled on, the world the Druids had shaped began to change at the foundations. Towns grew under Roman planning. Trade networks intensified. Local leaders became Romanized. Latin seeped into the cultural fabric. The old tribal structures did not disappear entirely, but they were transformed. A spiritual class that once operated as judge, teacher, and counselor to kings would have found its roles challenged by new institutions. Roman courts, Roman tax systems, Roman military obligations, and Roman civic religion all altered the functioning of society. The Druids, who had been the interpreters of law and the keepers of sacred legitimacy, were now living in a world where legitimacy could be granted by imperial appointment and law could be codified in Roman terms. Yet the older sacred sense of place likely lingered. Even in Roman Britain, the land itself remained Celtic in spirit. A river that had been revered for centuries would not suddenly stop feeling sacred because a Roman fort was built nearby. A hill that carried ancestral meaning would still loom in the imagination even if a Roman road ran past it. The Druids may have diminished as a formal institution, but the ideas they nurtured could persist in folk practice. Reverence for springs, trees, and certain landscapes would have survived as local customs. The sense that the other world was close in certain places would have remained part of how people experienced their environment. This is why the Roman period feels like a turning, rather than a simple ending. The Druids were caught between two immense forces. On one side was an ancient religious and cultural system that had grown organically over generations. On the other side was the administrative machinery of an empire that believed it could rationalize the world into something legible and profitable. The conflict was not just military, it was philosophical. The Druids represented a worldview where knowledge was held in memory, sacred authority anchored in nature, and law intertwined with ritual. Rome represented a worldview where power was centralized, law codified, and religious practice increasingly tied to civic structures and later to imperial ideology. For the individual Druid living through these changes, the experience must have been layered with personal grief and adaptation. Imagine a teacher whose student enrollment begins to shrink because young nobles are now fascinated by Roman education. Imagine a judge whose authority is quietly undercut by the presence of Roman legal officials. Imagine a ritual leader whose sacred grove is now watched with suspicion. None of this would be dramatic in a single day. It would be the slow experience of watching your world shrink by a few inches at a time. And yet, even with suppression, there is a stubborn dignity to the idea that Druidism could not be erased instantly. Rome was powerful, but the human attachment to ancestral knowledge is stronger than edicts. The Druidic presence may have retreated into the shadows of local life, maintained in remote places, protected by communities, reluctant to let go of old ways. When later generations in Ireland and Wales remembered Druids as wise figures and prophets, they were working with echoes of a tradition that had already survived centuries of pressure. As evening settles over this stretch of history, the image that comes to mind is not a battlefield, but a small gathering in a place that feels slightly hidden, a grove that escaped the worst of Roman attention, a teacher repeating sacred lore to a handful of students who still believe the old world is worth carrying forward. A community that still lights seasonal fires, still honors the turning of the year, still treats the land as a living presence, even while Roman structures tower nearby. The empire may control roads and taxation, but it cannot easily control the private ways people interpret storms, blessings, dreams, and the quiet meaning of an oak tree that has stood longer than any emperor's reign. The Roman world, for all its power, was never permanent. The Druids knew something about cycles. They lived in a universe that turned, and though the institutions that supported them were being weakened by force and policy, the deeper ideas of sacred time and sacred land could not be marched away like prisoners. They settled into memory, folklore, and small acts of continuity that are almost invisible to conquerors. Night spreads across the countryside of Roman Britain and Gaul. Soldiers settle in their forts, merchants count coin by lamplight, local elites practice Roman manners at dinner tables. Somewhere beyond the edges of official life, the old language of trees and seasons is still spoken quietly. The Druids, once public architects of meaning, now inhabit a narrower space, but the world they helped shape has not vanished. It has only learned to survive in softer voices. After Rome, The Druids do not disappear with the dramatic curtain drop. They fade in the way old constellations fade when a brighter city grows around you. You still know the stars are there, but the sky has changed. The Roman departure from Britain in the early 5th century did not bring the old world neatly back to life. It brought uncertainty, shifting power, and a new patchwork of kingdoms trying to define themselves. In Gaul, Roman influence remained longer and blended into new political forms. In Ireland, which never became a formal Roman province, the older Celtic structures continued with more continuity. But even there, the winds of change were already moving. This is the part of the story where the Druids stop being a public institution that outsiders can easily point at and start becoming something more complicated. They become memory, rumour, local authority, and literary shadow. They become the kind of figure people remember in stories even when the original job description has quietly changed. The rising force that reshaped this world more deeply than any single army was Christianity. It arrived over time, through missionaries, through trade networks, through political alliances, and through the natural human hunger for a new kind of meaning when an old order is under stress. The easiest mistake is to imagine a clean showdown between Christian saints and pagan Druids, as if history were a stage play with 2 actors and 1 decisive duel. The reality was almost certainly more gradual and locally varied. Conversion does not happen all at once. It happens household by household, king by king, village by village. Sometimes it is embraced with enthusiasm. Sometimes it is accepted because it brings diplomatic advantages. Sometimes it is tolerated at first, and then slowly becomes dominant. The Druids would have lived through this as a long season of cultural weather. In the earlier centuries, a Druid might have been the most educated person in the region, the one who could arbitrate disputes, preserve genealogy, and sanctify a ruler's legitimacy. But as Christian clergy and monastic communities spread, they brought a different kind of learned authority. Monasteries became centers of education, literacy, artistry, and record-keeping. The Christian priest and the Druid occupied overlapping territory in the social imagination. Both could be counselors. Both could interpret the mysteries of life and death. Both could speak with the aura of sacred knowledge, and both could serve as the moral backbone of a community. When 2 roles overlap, history tends not to remove one instantly. It tends to reshape the older role until it fits the new world or until it slips into legend. In Ireland especially, this overlap created a fascinating transformation. The later Irish literary tradition, preserved by Christian scribes, still remembers Druids as powerful figures in a heroic age. They appear as advisors to kings, masters of prophecy, and guardians of ritual law. The very fact that they appear in these texts suggests that the memory of their prestige remains sharp. Yet these texts also show a changing landscape. Druids in these stories sometimes feel like rivals to Christian saints, sometimes like wise men operating in a world that is already shifting beneath their feet. A famous pattern, repeated in various legends, is the contest of miracles and signs. A saint arrives. A Druid challenges him. The saint's power proves stronger. The Druid's authority collapses or converts. Even if these scenes are literary dramatizations rather than eyewitness history, they reveal something important about cultural identity. The older world was not simply rejected. It was restaged in narrative form, so the new world could explain why it deserved to win. This is where the story becomes tender as well as dramatic. There are hints that the learned class of the older Celtic world did not vanish so much as evolve. The Fillid, the professional poets and scholars of medieval Ireland, carried many functions that looked like descendants of Druidic education. They preserved history, genealogy, law, and story. They were deeply trained in poetic forms and memory. They advised kings and held moral authority through their words. It is entirely plausible that as formal Druidic religious power declined, a portion of that intellectual tradition was absorbed into the bardic and legal classes that continued under Christian rule. A culture does not easily abandon its respect for learning, it simply shifts the institutions that house it. Even the spiritual relationship with nature did not vanish. Christianity in the Celtic world developed its own locally flavored reverence for landscapes, wells, islands, and sacred places. Many ancient springs and wells that may have once carried pagan significance became associated with saints. The old sense that certain places were alive with power could be reinterpreted rather than erased. A sacred grove might lose its official ritual centrality, but the emotional logic of sacred space could survive in the devotion people felt to a holy well or an island monastery. In that sense, the Druids' worldview left fingerprints on the new religious landscape. The language changed, the theology changed, but the human habit of experiencing certain places as special remained. When you consider this kind of continuity, the classic dramatic image of Saint Patrick confronting the Druids begins to feel less like a strict historical record and more like a cultural symbol. The stories of Patrick and the conversion of Irish kings often present Druids as the established spiritual authorities who must be outshined by the new faith. There are tales of fires lit in defiance of royal or Druidic taboo, of prophetic contests, of kings forced to choose between old and new sacred orders. Whether or not these events happened exactly as described, they show the psychological shape of conversion. The new religion needed a narrative of legitimacy. To achieve that, it had to depict the old authority as real and strong enough to be worth defeating. This narrative style is not unique to Ireland. In Wales and Britain more broadly, the memory of ancient sacred specialists lingered into the medieval imagination. The figure of the prophet, the wild seer, the man of the woods who is both cursed and blessed with knowledge, begins to fill the space that might once have been more formally occupied by Druids. This is one reason the later legends surrounding Merlin feel so interesting in this context. The Welsh figure, Myrddin, a prophet who in some traditions goes mad with grief and lives in the wilderness, is not literally a Druid in historical terms. But the cultural role he plays has a familiar shape. He is a bridge figure, preserving the idea that the land still produces people who can see beyond ordinary reality, people whose authority comes from communion with forces older than courts and churches. The other great shift is the rise of written tradition. The Druids famously favoured oral transmission of sacred knowledge. Christianity, by contrast, was deeply tied to texts. Scripture, commentary, and liturgy all reinforced the authority of the written word. The growth of literacy and manuscript culture gradually changed how communities stored memory. When law and history can be written, the social need for a single class of memory keepers weakens. This does not mean oral tradition died, far from it, but the balance of cultural power begins to tilt. The Druidic ideal of secret knowledge held in disciplined memory is replaced by a Christian ideal that knowledge can be preserved, standardized, and spread through writing. To a community adapting to new realities, this would have seemed both liberating and unsettling. A written record offers stability. It also reduces the exclusive aura of those who once guarded knowledge by voice alone. In Gaul, where Romanization had already reshaped society, the decline of Druids likely accelerated earlier. Roman law, urbanization, and the spread of imperial religious norms diminished the institutional space Druids needed to operate publicly. By the time Christianity became the dominant religion of the Roman Empire in the 4th century, the old Druidic structures in Gaul had likely already been hollowed out. What remained might have been localized forms of nature, reverence, and folk practice, rather than a continent-wide priestly class. The Druids in Gaul became part of the long memory of a conquered world. Britain's story is more jagged. After the Roman withdrawal, Britain did not snap back into an old Celtic unity. The island became a mosaic of competing powers. The arrival and expansion of Germanic groups, the formation of new kingdoms, and the continued presence of Celtic-speaking populations in the West created a complicated cultural scene. In such a world, the old Druidic institution had little chance of reasserting itself in the way it might have before Rome. The political and demographic map had changed too much. Yet the sense of the other world, the old stories of sacred landscape, and the endurance of mythic motifs continued in the folklore that would eventually filter into medieval literature. This is also the period in which the Druids begin to shift from real social authorities into literary characters. Once a role is no longer fully current, it becomes available for storytelling. A Druid can become a symbol of ancient wisdom, a keeper of forbidden knowledge, or a dangerous rival to the new order. This is one reason that medieval texts sometimes portray Druids with the dramatic flair of sorcerers. The older religious authority is recast as a kind of magical opposition. The new order defines itself not only by what it is, but by what it is replacing. When a scribe writes about a druid summoning storms or casting prophecy, the text may be echoing older beliefs while also framing them in a moral world that has shifted. One of the most striking, quiet changes in this era is the way law itself transforms. The Druids had been associated with arbitration and sacred legal authority. Medieval Irish society still retained complex native legal traditions, often called Brehon law, which continued well into Christian times. The legal experts of that system were not Druids by name, but the structure of learned legal authority, memorized rulings, and deep respect for precedent feels like an echo of an older educational culture. Societies do not invent complex legal memory out of nowhere. They build it over generations. The Druidic legacy may have left a trace in the way legal learning was valued and transmitted. The emotional experience of this transition must have been layered with ambiguity. Imagine an elder, trained in the old ways, watching a new faith arrive, not as a violent invader, but as a persuasive alternative. The new religion offers a universal story, a moral framework that promises salvation beyond tribal boundaries, and a literate tradition that can travel with unusual speed. For some, it would have felt like a threat. For others, it might have felt like an expansion of the sacred world rather than a replacement. The human mind is capable of holding more than one framework during periods of change. It is entirely plausible that for a time people honored the old festivals culturally while adopting Christian practices spiritually, or that they accepted Christian rites while privately preserving older reverence for certain places and seasonal rhythms. This gradual blending is part of why the Druids remain such an evocative presence in later memory. They are not only remembered as a religious class, they are remembered as a symbol of an older relationship to the world. A relationship where knowledge was anchored in land, where the sacred lived in trees and rivers, and where the voice of tradition could shape political legitimacy. When that worldview receded, it left behind a cultural longing. The medieval imagination could look back on the Druids and see them as representatives of a time when the land itself seemed more enchanted. And then there is the curious persistence of Druid, like figures in local myth. Even as formal Druidic identity faded, the archetype of the wise nature seer remained useful in story. The advisor who knows the old laws, the prophet who can interpret omens, the healer who understands the secret language of plants. These figures did not require the institutional title of Druid to exist. They could be rebranded into the narrative machinery of a Christian society. In some tales, the old wise man becomes a hermit saint. In others, he becomes a mysterious magician of the wild. The functions remain recognizable even as the cultural labels change. The more you look at this period, the more you see that the Druids were not erased so much as redistributed into different cultural containers. The formal priesthood declined. The intellectual respect for memory and law continued. The reverence for sacred places evolved. The symbolic figure of the nature-wise counselor remained alive in story. That is an astonishing level of cultural resilience. It suggests that what the Druids represented was not dependent only on ritual practice. It was also dependent on a deeper Celtic habit of thought, a habit that valued a world where the sacred and practical were interwoven. As centuries passed, the word Druid itself became increasingly detached from living practice. By the early medieval period, the Druids were more often remembered than encountered. They became inhabitants of a legendary past, but the fascination did not fade. If anything, it intensified, because distance can romanticize what closeness might treat as routine. A living Druid might have been a stern legal authority and a demanding teacher. A remembered Druid can be a figure of mythic depth, the person who knew the secrets of the forest and the movement of stars. This is the point where the story begins to feel like a long twilight. The old world is not dead in a single blow. It is simply no longer the official daylight. The new religious and political order defines itself through different symbols. Yet under the surface, the older patterns continue to pulse. The seasonal logic of Celtic festivals echoes through rural life. The love of genealogy and heroic memory persists in poetry. The sacred landscape remains sacred in feeling, even when the language used to describe it is Christian. If you were to walk through Ireland in the early centuries of Christian expansion, you might still sense how close the two worlds were. A monastic scribe copies a gospel by candlelight, but outside the monastery walls, the land still speaks with the old voice of hills and wells and trees. A king supports a church, but still listens with pride to poets who can recite the lineage that binds him to ancient heroes. A community gathers for a Christian feast day, but the timing of agricultural life and communal celebration still follows the deep rhythm of the year that the Druids once helped sanctify. The old architecture of meaning has not vanished. It has been renovated. There is also a quiet irony here. The Christian scribes who preserved so much of the heroic Celtic literature ensured that the Druids would not be forgotten. The very people representing the new order became the archivists of the old memory. They recorded stories of the Tuatha De Danann, of heroic cycles, of kings and battles and prophecies, and in doing so, they kept alive the cultural space where Druids could still appear as powerful figures of the past. This preservation was not always neutral. Christian writers sometimes framed older pagan elements through their own moral lens, but the survival of the stories at all is a gift. Without them, the Druids would be even more shadowy than they already are. So the story of Druids in the Christian age is not only about decline, it is about transformation. It is about how a cultural role can dissolve into multiple successors. It is about how a society can change its official faith while still carrying emotional loyalty to older symbols. It is about how the memory of a sacred class can become a mythic resource for later generations. As the day lengthens into evening on this part of the journey, the image that stays with me is a simple one. A rural path winding between fields toward a cluster of trees that older people still treat with special respect. A new wooden cross stands not far away, perhaps placed there not to erase the sacredness of the place, but to reinterpret it. Children grow up hearing both the names of saints and the old stories of heroes. The language of faith shifts, but the landscape remains the same faithful witness it has always been. Somewhere in that landscape, the last of the traditional Druids may have lived out their lives not as public masters of society, but as quiet elders whose knowledge was gradually absorbed into the memory of families and local poets. Their world was narrowing, but it was not meaningless. A culture does not forget its teachers completely. It simply learns to carry them differently. There is a strange kind of immortality that belongs to certain ideas. You can outlaw them, you can starve them of institutions, you can remove the people who once carried them as a professional calling, and yet the idea stays floating in the cultural air, like pollen that refuses to settle. The Druids are a perfect example of that. After centuries of Roman suppression, after the long Christian transformation of the Celtic world, after the slow fading of the old priestly class into memory and legend, you might expect the word Druid to become a historical footnote. Instead, it becomes a magnet. It attracts poets, antiquarians, romantics, spiritual seekers, and the kind of enthusiastic amateur historian who looks at a standing stone and feels personally certain that someone important once stood right there with very strong opinions about the solstice. What happened to the Druids in the modern world is not a simple revival of an old religion in a pure form. It is something more like a cultural resurrection, built from fragments of history, a lot of imagination, and a persistent human desire to believe that the ancient world left us not only ruins, but unfinished conversations. The first big wave of this renewed fascination arrived with the thinkers of the early modern period and then grew into a full blaze during the 18th and 19th centuries. This was the age of antiquarian curiosity, when educated Europeans began to treat the distant past as something that could be reconstructed and celebrated rather than simply dismissed as barbaric. It was also the age of Romanticism, which had a special love for wild landscapes, ancient roots, and the idea that modern life had traded soul for convenience. The Druids fit neatly into that mood. They were associated with forests and sacred groves. They were linked in classical texts with philosophy and cosmic knowledge, and they carried the glamour of a lost elite that seemed to belong to a world more emotionally connected to nature. If you were a poet gazing at a stormy hillside in Wales or the misty glens of Scotland, the Druids were not just historical figures. They were emotional proof that the land itself had once been governed by sacred intelligence. This is also the period when Stonehenge and other megalithic sites were pulled into the Druid story in a dramatic way. Today we understand that Stonehenge predates the historical Druids by a long stretch of time. But that did not stop earlier scholars from making the connection with confidence. In the 18th century, figures like William Stukeley argued for Druidic links to Stonehenge, and these ideas were persuasive in their era because they offered a tidy narrative. You had a mysterious monument. You had a mysterious priesthood. Put them together and you get a story that feels satisfying, even if the actual timeline is more complicated. This belief did something important to the public imagination. It anchored the Druids to physical landmarks that people could visit. Once you can stand in a circle of stones and imagine robed figures chanting in the dawn light, the Druids stop being abstract. They become a presence you can almost feel in the air. The Romantic Revival also had a slightly mischievous side, because not everyone who contributed to the modern Druid image was strictly committed to historical accuracy. In Wales, Iolo Morganwg became famous for creating and promoting texts and ceremonies that he presented as ancient, even though many were partially invented or heavily reworked. He helped shape a modern sense of bardic and druidic tradition that influenced cultural festivals and national identity. What is fascinating here is not the argument about authenticity, but the cultural appetite that made these creations so influential. People wanted the Druids back. They wanted a lineage of native wisdom that could stand proudly beside Greek philosophers and Roman emperors. In the growing story of national cultures, the Druids were recruited as dignified ancestors, the kind who could give a modern people a deep spiritual pedigree. From these romantic roots grew more formal organizations that used the Druid name. Some of these orders were fraternal or social rather than purely religious, resembling the broader tradition of societies that combined ritual, symbolism, and community values. The Druids became part of a cultural movement that valued heritage and moral ideals, sometimes more than precise reconstruction of Iron Age practice. This is one of the charming paradoxes of the modern Druid story. The more the historical Druids remained elusive, the more flexible the name became. It could serve as a banner for philosophy, for nationalism, for nature reverence, or for a sense of inward spiritual adventure. The Druids had become a symbol large enough to hold many meanings. By the 20th century and into the present, modern Druidry developed more explicitly as a spiritual path for some people, often within broader contemporary pagan movements. Groups such as the Order of Bards, Ovates, and Druids helped shape a modern practice that draws inspiration from Celtic mythology, seasonal festivals, ritual creativity, and a deep respect for the natural world. These modern traditions do not claim to be a perfect replica of Iron Age priesthood. Instead, they often present themselves as a living spiritual art rooted in old stories and modern needs. The festivals of the old Celtic year, especially Samhain, Imbolc, Beltane, and Lugnasad, remain central to many who identify with Druid-inspired practice. The turning of the seasons is treated not as a quaint historical theme, but as a sacred rhythm still worth honouring. In this modern landscape, the Druids also become something like ambassadors for ecological spirituality. This is not a small thing. The idea of the Druid as a friend of forests and keeper of earth wisdom resonates deeply with people living in an era of environmental crisis and urban disconnection. Even if the historical Druids were not environmentalists in the modern political sense, the broader image of a sacred relationship with land and life offers a powerful alternative to the feeling that nature is just a resource bank. For many modern practitioners and admirers, Druidry is less about reenacting ancient rites and more about restoring a kind of attentiveness. Listening to the seasons, learning the names of trees, treating rivers and hills as more than scenery, making spiritual meaning out of everyday encounters with a living world that still feels mysteriously intelligent if you slow down long enough. The cultural reach of the Druids also expanded through literature, art, and eventually mass media. The 19th and early 20th centuries loved the Druid as a dramatic figure in novels, poems, and historical fantasies. Later, fantasy literature and role-playing games cemented the Druid as a recognizable archetype, often portrayed as a nature mage, shapeshifter, or healer allied with animals and elemental forces. This version of the Druid is not a careful historical portrait, but it keeps alive the emotional truth of the Druid image. The Druid belongs to the forest. The Druid knows secrets. The Druid stands in a world where nature responds to human reverence. These ideas are powerful enough to survive translation into fictional forms because they satisfy a deep cultural appetite for enchanted landscapes and wise guardians of the wild. There is also a public ritual dimension that continues to capture attention. Gatherings at sites like Stonehenge during solstices show how modern people still crave the experience of sacred time and sacred place. You can view these events as cultural festivals, spiritual ceremonies, or theatrical declarations of identity, depending on your perspective. The important point for the story of the Druids is that the name and the image still pull people into collective acts of meaning. A visitor might arrive skeptical and leave quietly moved. Another might arrive already devoted and feel connected to a chain of ancestry that is more emotional than genealogical. Either way, the Druids function as a gateway into the idea that ancient time is not fully dead, that it can still be touched through ritual and imagination. What makes the modern Druid revival so interesting is that it is not a simple story of recovery. It is a story of invention as continuity. The historical Druids left no texts of their own. The surviving accounts were written by outsiders. The medieval stories that mention Druids were preserved through Christian lenses. So, modern Druidry has had to build itself with humility and creativity, pulling from archaeology, folklore, classical sources, and a wide range of Celtic mythic material. This is not a flaw in the tradition. It is part of its character. Modern Druidry often embraces the idea that living traditions grow, adapt, and respond to the needs of the present. In that sense, the modern Druids are not claiming to be museum exhibits. They are claiming to be participants in an ongoing relationship with nature and story. The real historical benefit of this whole revival may be broader than any single spiritual identity. The Druids have helped keep public interest in Celtic history and mythology alive. They have inspired people to learn about Iron Age Europe, to explore Irish and Welsh literature, to pay attention to cultural continuity and change, and to think about how societies store meaning. They have also offered a way for people to connect with heritage in a world where identity can feel fluid and dislocated. For someone who feels the pull of Celtic roots, the Druids can function as an ancestral symbol of wisdom and dignity. For someone with no genealogical connection at all, the Druids can still function as a universal reminder that humans once lived with a different sense of relationship to the land. There is a quiet comedy to this as well, in a gentle Bill Bryson kind of way. The original Druids would probably be surprised to learn that their name now appears on bookstore shelves next to meditation guides, fantasy novels, and friendly manuals on how to celebrate a modern seasonal ceremony in your backyard. They might be even more surprised to learn that their identity has been attached to monuments built long before their time. But cultural memory is not a legal court. It does not require perfect evidence to produce a powerful story. It requires emotional usefulness. The Druids have remained useful because they represent a kind of human longing that never really goes away. The longing for wise teachers, the longing for a sacred landscape, the longing for a world where knowledge and nature belong to the same sentence. And in the end, that might be the most important thread tying the ancient Druids to their modern heirs in imagination. Both are rooted in the idea that the world is not silent, that the seasons are not just mechanical, that a tree can be more than wood, that a river can be more than a line on a map, that wisdom can be drawn from how life behaves, rather than only from what books say. In a modern world that can feel relentlessly engineered, the Druid image gives people permission to experience wonder without apology. So if you stepped into a modern Druid gathering today, in a grove or a field, or a quiet community hall decorated with symbols of the year's turning, you would not be seeing a perfect reconstruction of Iron Age priesthood. You would be seeing the afterlife of an idea. You would be seeing how cultural memory takes what is fragmentary and turns it into a living practice. You might hear poetry and song. You might see ritual shaped around fire or water, around the sun's shifting path, or the promise of spring returning. You might find people who are there for spirituality, for community, for heritage, or simply for the comfort of belonging to a story larger than themselves. And you might feel that the Druids have now become what so many ancient figures eventually become in the long arc of history. They have become a bridge, not only between past and present, but between the human need for meaning and the enduring presence of the natural world. The night air feels different in this modern part of the story. The forests are smaller in many places. The cities are louder. The sky is brighter at night than our ancestors would ever have believed possible. And yet, the same old human impulse remains: to gather, to honor the turning year, to find sacredness in living things, to imagine that the ancient world still has something to teach us if we listen carefully enough.
Hi there, and welcome back to Dreamoria. Tonight we are starting a new journey called Myths and Legends from around the world. We will explore 3 unforgettable stories from different cultures: Beowulf and Grendel from Anglo-Saxon legends, the great stone fire eater from Korean myths, and the myth of Vukub Kakix from Mayan mythology. If you like these stories, please like and subscribe. It really helps the channel. And if you want, tell us in the comments which myth you are most excited for, or where in the world are you listening from and what time it is for you. Thank you for being here. Now get comfortable, maybe close your eyes, and let us begin. The hall was called Hierot, and in the mouths of men who loved grandeur, it was spoken as if the word itself tasted of honey and iron. It rose from the Danish earth like a promise made in oaken gold. Its roof beams were thick enough to convince a young warrior that the world could be held together by good wood and goodwill. Its benches were long, its hearth fires generous, its doors carved with beasts that looked eternally mid-roar. In the evenings, when the sky turned to bruised violet over the low fields, torches flickered along the approach, and the hall filled with the sound of boots, laughter, cups clinking, and the deep relief of soldiers who had survived another day of weather, war, and duty. This was the kind of place that made a king feel immortal. Hrothgar had built it not only as a house for feasting, but as a center of gravity. To gather men was to gather loyalty. To gather loyalty was to hold a kingdom together when winter pressed in or enemies tested the borders. The mead hall was politics made physical. It was ceremony and strategy, disguised as celebration. The Danes came to Hierot to hear songs of old victories and to measure themselves against them in quiet ways. A man would listen to a story of some long-dead hero, then grip his cup a little tighter, thinking of the next raid, the next oath, the next moment when steel might decide whether he deserved to be remembered. The scops sang. The harps chimed in simple, bright patterns. The words cut through the smoke and settled into the minds of listeners who had been raised on the idea that life was brief and fame was a ladder out of its brevity. The hall was warm, bright, and loud enough to make the world outside seem temporary. It was this sound that drew the monster. At first, no one named him to a child. The mothers who lived near the edges of the king's reach spoke of the night in careful tones, as if the wrong syllables might summon teeth to the doorway. But terror has a way of demanding shape. Soon the men gave the horror a name, then gave the name a story. Grendel, a creature of the marshes and moors, of places where the ground swallowed footsteps and fog rose like breath from a sleeping beast. He was not a wolf and not a man, and the simplest way to speak of him was to call him a misborn thing, a shadow that had learned to walk, a curse given muscle. In the poem that would later carry this tale across centuries, Grendel was described as a descendant of Cain, placed outside human joy by ancient sin. That detail mattered to an age in which old Germanic hero culture was being stitched together with Christian moral framing. The world of Beowulf is a threshold world. It remembers the pagan past and speaks with the newer religious voice. A monster can be an enemy of the tribe, and also a sign of moral exile. The story makes room for both. It gives Grendel a lineage not to explain him away, but to deepen the dread. A creature with no place in God's order becomes a creature with no place in the hall's order either. He needed no invitation. He came at night when the laughter had climbed into its fullest height and the last boasts were being made over shared cups. He came when men felt safest and greatest. He came because joy was an insult to him. The hall's music was a light too bright for a creature that belonged to the margins. There is a cruelty in that kind of hatred. It is not the practical cruelty of a rival tribe seeking land or tribute. It is the cruelty of a being that wants to tear down what it cannot touch without pain. The first attack was unbelievable. A guard vanished. Then two. A shepherd found blood on the path that led toward the king's lands. Then a broken spear. Then a trail that ended in reeds and black water. The Danes searched. They found nothing but a sense that the earth had opened and swallowed men whole. In the early days, Hrothgar doubtless told himself that this was but an unlucky season, that perhaps outlaws had grown bold or a rival lord had slipped knives into the dark. A king has to think like that. The alternative is to accept that his power ends where the moon begins. Then the monster came to the hall itself. Grendel crashed through the great door with a force that turned carved wood into splinters. He was huge, broad-shouldered, with arms that seemed too long for any human measure. His eyes were described as burning with a cold kind of malice, a paradox suited to nightmares. He moved like something half familiar and half impossible, the way a storm seems to have intention, even though it is only wind and water. Men who had faced blades without flinching froze at the sight of him. That is the first true privilege of a monster. It does not need to be skilled. It needs only to be wrong enough to disorient the mind. He killed quickly at first, then slowly, savoring the shift from noise to panic. He seized one warrior, crushed him, and devoured him. He took another and broke him, as if breaking a branch to test its dryness. The modern mind can read this as horror, and it is, but it is also something else. It is the mythic representation of a threat that is beyond social rules. In a warrior society where feuds and battles still obey cultures of honor, a devouring monster is a fear that has no negotiation. The hall that had been built to anchor a kingdom became a stage for helplessness. Hrothgar survived that first night, but survival can be a strange burden. The king who prides himself on protection must now look into the faces of widows, brothers, fathers, and sons and find language that can carry both grief and authority. He had made Heorot a beacon. Now that beacon attracted something that fed on light. The attacks continued. Night after night the beast returned. He learned the rhythms of the hall. He knew when the mead ran thick and the songs grew bold. He knew when the men were slow with drink and confidence. The Danes attempted every defense they could imagine. They laid traps. They posted extra guards. They tried to ambush the monster with coordinated spear thrusts. But Grendel was stronger than their lines and more patient than their fear. When the monster has the advantage of the night and the advantage of terror, tactics crumble. The tale says the attacks lasted 12 years, a span long enough to become a generation of dread. Time in myth has a weight that is rarely only literal. 12 winters means the kingdom had time to change under the pressure of fear. Young men grew up knowing the hall as a place of mourning as much as celebration. Old men who should have died in bed learned instead to sleep with a hand on a weapon in a building, meant for peace. The social center wobbled. The king's authority, though not questioned aloud, was bruised by the knowledge that a creature could violate the heart of his world. The poet gives the grief a purpose. In an oral culture, the retelling of disaster is a way to make it survivable. A community that can shape its fear into narrative, can face the next evening with a little more spine. And so the Danes waited for a name that could change the pattern. Across the sea, the Geats heard of the terror. Geatland lay in what modern readers associate with southern Sweden, a region of shifting alliances, proud households, and families who measured themselves by the strength of their lineage. Beowulf was not a king yet. He was a young warrior with a reputation thick enough to travel before him. The story presents him as a man of exceptional strength, which in heroic culture does not simply mean he is physically imposing, it means he is a vessel for fate. Great strength marks a man as significant in the cosmic economy of reputation. The news reached him through rumor and trade, the way stories do in a world where the sea is both road and barrier. A hall that had been silenced for 12 winters. A king in despair. A monster that no blade had bested. Beowulf listened with the attention of a man who hears destiny calling his name from across a storm. He decided to go. In many heroic tales, this decision is framed as pure altruism. In truth, the story allows for a more layered reading. Beowulf seeks glory. Glory is not a selfish object in that world. It is a social currency that keeps a name alive after death. To win glory by saving a great king is to strengthen both one's own house and the moral order of the world. The culture is honest about this interplay. A hero does good and is remembered for it. The remembrance is part of the good. He chose 14 companions, men who trusted his strength and wanted a share of the fate that seemed to follow him. They prepared a ship, loaded it with weapons, armor, and gifts suitable for a royal audience. The voyage itself is brief in the poem, but heavy with significance. The sea in early medieval imagination is often a boundary between worlds. To cross it is to move from the known into a challenge that will prove worth. When they arrived on Danish shores, the Coast Guard challenged them, as any wise kingdom would challenge unknown armed men arriving by sea. Beowulf answered with the confidence of a man accustomed to laying his intentions on the table without flinching. He came for Hrothgar. He came to end the terror. The Danes escorted them inland to the hall that had been both jewel and wound. Hrothgar received Beowulf with the hospitality expected of a king who understood alliance. The old bonds between their families mattered. In the world of Beowulf, kinship is not only blood, it is obligation woven over time. The king recognized the young warrior and remembered favors exchanged in the past. He was a wise enough ruler to know that a hero is not only a weapon. He is a symbol that can restore the morale of a people. The hall was lit again for this guest. Yet even celebration had changed. The feast for Beowulf was not the reckless revelry of earlier years. It was cautious hope dressed in ceremony. The Danes watched him the way a drowning man watches a floating plank. They wanted to believe, they did not dare invest too quickly. Unferth spoke. Every heroic court has its skeptic. Unferth, who served in Hrothgar's retinue, could not let a foreign hero stand untested within the hall's hierarchy. His challenge was part jealousy, part social ritual. A man's reputation was a thing that could be examined publicly before it was accepted as truth. The poem uses this moment to show Beowulf's verbal strength. He answers not with apology, but with a recounting of his past feats. He had faced sea monsters. He had survived trials where others would have drowned or fled. The details vary across retellings, but the function is clear. He is a man who does not fold under the gaze of an audience. The court listens. The skepticism fades. Then the queen, Wildhau, appears with ceremonial grace. The presence of a queen in such scenes is not trivial. She represents continuity, peace-weaving, and the softer power of order. Her offering of the cup is both welcome and recognition. The hall is a system of roles as much as a building of wood. The ceremony reaffirms that Beowulf has been accepted into the social structure of the moment. But the night is still the night. Beowulf, in his boldness, makes a crucial vow. He will fight Grendel without weapons. He mirrors the monster's own brutal simplicity, not out of foolishness, but out of confidence that physical contest will prove the truth of his strength. This choice has a mythic clarity. To defeat a monster that relies on raw force, the hero chooses to meet it in the same arena. It becomes a contest of bodies and wills, stripped of technological advantage. He removes his armor. He sets aside his sword. For modern readers, this can feel like performative bravado. For the culture that produced the poem, it is a statement of honor. It also reflects the truth that in mythical logic, the hero often wins not only because he is stronger, but because he fulfills the story's expectation of courage in its purest form. The Danes withdraw from the hall. This moment is quietly devastating. The warriors of Heorot, the men who had once strutted across these planks as if no darkness could touch them, now leave the hall to a foreign hero and his small band. The shame is not stated, but it sits beneath the scene like a hidden stone. The hall becomes a place of waiting rather than feasting. Beowulf's companions lie down. They know the odds. The poem, in its spare, early medieval way, suggests that some of them believe they will die before morning. But loyalty is a kind of courage too. To stay with a leader on the edge of doom is to bind one's own name to a larger legend. Outside, the night grows deep. Grendel moves through the moors. The landscape around Heorot is not merely backdrop, it carries symbolic charge. The marshes are liminal spaces. They represent the untamed, the pre-social, the places where the rules of the hall do not apply. Monsters often live in such regions because myths externalize fear into geography. The hall is civilization. The fen is its shadow. There is also a historical echo here. Early medieval communities did exist near wetlands that could be dangerous, cold, disease-carrying, and difficult to control. A supernatural predator emerging from such places speaks to anxieties about the vulnerability of settled life. Grendel approaches the hall with the certainty of habit. He has done this too many times to believe he can be surprised. In the distance, the shape of Heorot rises against the night sky, still huge, still proud. The torchlight from within suggests life, and life is what he comes to unmake. The monster does not think in political terms, but his actions have political consequences. Each man he kills is a thread cut from Hrothgar's tapestry of power. As he nears the door, he smells men he does not recognize. This is the first hint of change, foreign scents in the hall, new voices earlier in the evening. The monster might not understand alliances, but he understands intrusion. His rage sharpens. He lays one heavy hand on the door. Inside, Beowulf is awake. He lies still, studying the dark and listening for the small betrayals of sound that precede violence. The hall is quiet, in a way it has not been quiet for years. It is the quiet of a trap and a prayer at the same time. The Geats breathe slowly. Somewhere a torch sputters. The beams above creak in the winter air. There is a kind of intimacy in the minutes before violence. Beowulf's mind moves through memory, not as a polished speech, but as flashes. The face of his father, the reputation he has carried like a burden and a crown, the knowledge that what happens tonight will become song or silence. He does not fear death, not in the ordinary sense. He fears failing to be what his name has promised. The door gives a low groan. The monster's strength leans into it. The hole seems to hold its breath. Outside, mist curls around Grendel's legs. The stars are cold. The world beneath the sky feels vast and indifferent. But in this one building, in this one night, the contest of monster and man is about to determine whether joy can survive in the heart of a kingdom. The torches burn lower. The men in the hall remain still. Grendel is at the threshold. The great door yielded with a sound like a tree splitting in winter. Grendel stepped into Heorot as if he owned the night. He had come so many times that the hall was familiar to him, a place of easy killing and easier contempt. He knew the smell of wood smoke and stale ale. He knew the way men slept after feasting, heavy with pride and drink. He knew the patterns of guards and the cheap bravery that dissolved when shadow and brute strength collided. This hall had been his hunting ground for 12 long winters, and the memory of those nights lived in him like a rhythm. Tonight, the rhythm changed. The monster paused, head angled, listening. The noises of celebration were gone. The hall was quiet in a way that felt deliberate. Silence can be a warning, but Grendel had never learned to respect warnings from men. He had learned to respect only force. The stillness simply promised prey that could not run fast enough. He moved forward. The torchlight painted the edges of his body in wavering gold, and for a heartbeat he looked almost like a grotesque statue from some older age of giants. His arms hung long and powerful. His hands were built for tearing. His chest rose and fell with a low, hungry breath. The poet would later place him among the damned, a creature with no place in happiness, and that exile would become part of his monstrous aura. Whether that idea was born from older pagan fears or the newer Christian moral lens, it fit the terror he inspired. A being cut off from joy will always try to destroy the joy of others. Grendel crossed the floor. A Geat lay near the center, asleep in his borrowed courage, unaware that he was about to be a name in someone else's tragedy. The monster seized him without effort. Bone cracked. The sound was short and awful. Grendel fed as a wolf feeds, quick and certain, as if this was merely the opening taste of a meal he had earned. Then he reached for another. His hand closed around a forearm that did not yield. Beowulf rose from the shadows like a storm that had been waiting behind a mountain. The hero's grip locked onto Grendel's wrist with terrific simplicity. There was no flourish, no shouted challenge, no invocation of fate spoken aloud. The moment did not need words. The force of it was its own language. Grendel jerked back in surprise, and surprised monsters are dangerous in the way wounded predators are dangerous. His eyes widened, and the hall seemed to narrow around them, as if all the old wood understood that this was the night its story would change. Beowulf did not release him. The Geat was broad-shouldered, thick with strength, but his power was not only muscle. The heroic world that shaped him believed that a man could be chosen by destiny and made larger than the sum of his limbs. Beowulf carried that belief the way a sword carries an edge. He had come across the sea for this moment, to restore a king's honor and to carve his own name into the memory of men who measured time by song. Grendel tried to wrench free. He had never met a man whose body could answer him with equal force. He had never needed to test this particular boundary. Now he found it, and the boundary held. The monster lunged sideways, dragging Beowulf across the rush-strewn floor. Benches scraped and toppled. The remaining Geats surged awake and reached for weapons, but their leader's vow held them back. This was his fight. The oath of a hero in this world was not a casual thing. A boast spoken in the hall was a rope tied around the soul. To break it was to unravel the honor that kept a warrior's name alive beyond death. Beowulf planted his feet and braced. The wood beneath him groaned. Grendel swung his free arm in a savage arc, trying to smash the hero's head against the hall's pillars. Beowulf ducked and drove forward, shoulder into the monster's chest. The two forces collided with such violence that the great hall seemed almost fragile in comparison. The roof beams trembled, torches sputtered. The shadows of both fighters threw monstrous shapes against the walls. This was a fight older than any one culture. In its bones, it echoed the universal pattern of the champion facing the devourer of order. The mead hall was the heart of society, a place where oaths and gift-giving bound people into something bigger than isolated families. In the early Germanic world, loyalty to a lord was not abstract ideology. It was a survival system. A king like Hrothgar gave rings, armor, land, and standing. In return, men gave service, protection, and blood. A monster that could kill those men in their own sanctuary threatened the entire logic of the social world. Grendel was not simply a beast. He was a rupture. Beowulf understood that instinctively, even if he would never phrase it in those terms. His body answered the threat in the most direct way possible. The fight surged toward the door. Grendel's claws scraped at Beowulf's forearm. He tried to bite, to tear with teeth aimed at the throat. Beowulf twisted, forced the monster's arm into a painful angle. The demon howled. The sound was not the roar of an animal. It was something raw. It carried rage, shock, and a new flavor Grendel had not tasted in himself before. Fear. The Geats, watching from the edges, felt it too. This was the turning point of years. Every Dane who had spilt blood in this hall without being able to stop the terror would have understood the significance of that sound if they had been present. But the Danes had withdrawn, leaving the foreign hero to bear the weight of their hope. The hall was now a closed arena where only fate and force could speak. Beowulf drove Grendel backward. The monster's heels struck a bench. He stumbled. Beowulf tightened his grip. The hero's hands were like iron bands, and the story would later claim he had the strength of 30 men. Such numbers are mythic shorthand, a way to signal the scale of a hero's capacity. The poet was not interested in a measured count. He was interested in the feeling of impossible power made visible. Grendel thrashed. He smashed a pillar. Wood splintered. The sound of it was like a thunderclap. The old hall, built to outlast storms and time, now suffered under the force of a fight that belonged to the realm of legend. Outside, the night remained indifferent. Inside, the world narrowed to two bodies, locked in a contest of domination. Beowulf did not seek a clean kill. He sought a decisive victory. There is a difference. A clean kill ends a threat. A decisive victory ends a story in a way that can be remembered. Grendel tried to retreat. He had never fled Heorot in weakness. He had left with the casual satisfaction of a predator. Now he wanted only distance and darkness, the refuge of the marsh where the rules of men could not follow him. Beowulf forced him to stay. They pivoted across the hall again, slipping on blood and crushed rushes. The air smelled of sweat, smoke, and something older, as if the monster brought with him the sour breath of the bog itself. The hero could feel the creature's strength surging in desperate bursts, but desperation is not always enough against a man whose body seems to have been forged for this particular moment. Beowulf twisted his hips and pulled. The movement was simple and terrible. There was a crack, like a branch torn from a living tree. Grendel's arm came away at the shoulder. For a heartbeat, the world stopped. The monster stared at the ruin of himself, stunned by the sudden emptiness where power had been. Blood poured out in dark sheets. His howl became a scream that shook the rafters and made the Geats flinch despite their excitement. This was not the cry of a creature that might recover. This was the cry of inevitable death. Grendel stumbled backward. Beowulf held the torn arm aloft, the enormous limb still twitching with the broken force of its owner. The sight was so shocking that it crossed into the realm of symbol. This was the physical proof that the monster who had made the Danes helpless was not invincible. Grendel fled. He smashed through the doorframe with his remaining strength and vanished into the night, leaving a smear of blood along the threshold as if the hall itself had wounded him. The Geats did not chase. The victory was clear enough. To pursue a dying monster into the bog would be to risk turning triumph into foolish loss. The heroic mind prized courage, but it also respected the wisdom of timing. Beowulf had promised to end the terror. The evidence in his hands was more final than any hunt. The silence that followed was strange. It was the calm after a storm that no one believed they could survive. Beowulf stood in the ruined hall with Grendel's arm in his grip, chest heaving, listening to the slow return of ordinary sounds. The crackle of a torch, the low moan of wood settling, the breath of his men. Then dawn began to change the world. News spreads faster than reason. By morning, the Danes approached Heorot with a cautious crowd energy, like villagers nearing the site of a lightning strike. They expected to find corpses. They expected to find the Geats dead and the monster gone. They found instead a blood-soaked floor, shattered benches, and the impossible trophy of a monster's severed arm. Hrothgar arrived soon after. The old king's face carried the exhaustion of years spent helpless. A ruler can endure defeat in battle more easily than helplessness in his own sanctuary. The monster had not merely killed men. He had embarrassed the logic of kingship. Now that logic was restored. The hall filled again. This time the noise was joy laced with disbelief. Warriors who had survived previous killings touched the walls as if they needed physical proof that the hall remained real. Mothers and wives received word that the terror was ended, and relief fell through the kingdom like warm rain after drought. Beowulf was honored. Hrothgar, as ringgiver and lord, did what his role demanded. He praised Beowulf for courage, strength, and the integrity of his vow. The king's generosity was not an indulgence. It was a public reaffirmation of the social order. Gifts were part of governance. To reward a hero was to show that bravery was recognized by power, and that service to the community led to status and wealth. Gold moved from the king's hands to Beowulf's. Armor, rings, and weapons were offered. The gestures mattered as much as the objects. In the heroic world, a gift was a story that said both giver and receiver understood their place in the web of obligation. It bound Beowulf to Hrothgar in honor, even though he was a foreign prince. The Scops sang again. They took the raw events of the night and shaped them into poetry. This is one of the quiet engines of survival in early societies. A terrifying moment becomes a story with rhythm and meaning. The song preserves facts in an age without written records for most people. It also adds a layer of mythic polish that ensures the tale will not die with the witnesses. The Beowulf poem itself would eventually be preserved by scribes in a single surviving manuscript centuries later, carrying traces of a much older oral tradition. That distance between event and preservation is part of the magic. The story passed through countless voices before ink caught it. Each voice likely adjusted a detail, emphasized a theme, trimmed a line to fit the cadence of memory. Yet the core remained. A monster, a hall, a hero who refused to yield. For a while, the hall belonged to joy again. Men feasted with an appetite that had been starved by fear. They drank to Beowulf, to Hrothgar, to the future. The atmosphere of Heorot changed in an almost physical way. Spaces remember. A hall that has heard screams will always carry a shadow of them. But a hall that experiences deliverance gains a new layer of meaning. The boards where Grendel had spilled blood now held the weight of celebration. Beowulf watched the Danes with a calm satisfaction. He was a young man in a world where youth and strength were prized. He had achieved a decisive victory in a foreign land. That kind of triumph is a ladder that leads upward and outward. Warriors would speak of this night when they judged his worth in years to come. But the story was not finished. The night had carved a wound in the world of monsters too. Grendel's death would not occur in isolation. The relationships of the monstrous realm mirror human relationships in twisted ways. A mother, even a monstrous one, does not always accept the death of her child without consequence. Whispers moved among the Danes. They spoke of Grendel's mother, a figure of the swamp, deeper and older than her son. The poem would later describe her as a terrifying female avenger, a being who lived beneath dark water in a hall of her own. The details matter because they reflect cultural anxieties about vengeance and the way violence propagates through kinship. In early feud cultures, to kill a man was to invite the response of his family. The monstrous version of that law gave the story a second rising tension. Hrothgar likely understood this danger. No king survives long without grasping the politics of retaliation. The celebratory mood of the day did not erase the reality that Grendel's blood had been spilled. If monsters had their own twisted kinship, the price might yet be demanded. Even so, the day belonged to relief. As the sun lowered over the meadows and the sea wind carried the smell of salt into the settlement, Heorot warmed in the glow of restored purpose. The Danes walked through the hall again with the casual confidence of men who can imagine tomorrow without dread. Beowulf accepted his honored place among them. He listened to the songs that now included his name. He saw the way young warriors studied him, measuring what heroism might require of them one day. He observed Wheelhow's steady presence beside the king, the quiet power of a queen whose role was to keep peace within a fragile web of loyalties. The evening settled. Torches were relit. The roof beams that had shaken under the monster's fury now held steady above the renewed bustle of a hall reclaimed from nightmare. Outside, the sky deepened into darkness again, but the darkness no longer seemed to own the world. In the distance, far beyond the warm light of human celebration, the marshes waited, and the water kept its secrets. Long before Seoul was a city of endless streets and bright night windows, when its palaces were still new in the imagination of kings and the hills around it felt closer to the bones of the world, the people believed that the landscape listened. Mountains were not silent piles of rock. Rivers were not simple water. Wind had moods, fire had will. A city could be blessed by its placement or doomed by it, depending on how wisely humans read the shape of the land. The old logic of the peninsula carried a deep respect for forces that could not be ruled by decree. Even in eras of strong dynasties and proud courts, there was always an uneasy knowledge that a crown was lighter than a storm. Southwest of the capital, a mountain sat like a watchful shoulder against the horizon. The air there was different, warmer in subtle ways, even when the world was cold. The earth sometimes exhaled a faint breath that smelled of minerals and smoke. Shepherds who grazed goats near its foothills returned home with nervous eyes. Hunters avoided the upper ridges at dusk. Children were told to stay away not because a parent wanted to terrify them, but because every generation had inherited the same caution. Inside that mountain lived the fire spirit. The stories described him with a kind of half-comic, half-dreadful clarity that folklore loves. He was not a noble flame god bearing wisdom. He was appetite. He was temper. He was the hunger of a forge that never cooled. Some said he was small in stature, an imp of heat with a grin too wide. Others imagined him as a vast being whose body was a moving blaze that could stand as tall as trees when he wished. These contradictions did not weaken the tale. They made him more frightening. A creature without fixed form is a creature whose boundaries the human mind cannot measure. He ate what fire eats. Dry woods and brush disappeared in his wake. Forgotten huts in the lonely stretches of countryside smouldered down to ash if his mood turned cruel. He swallowed the resinous heart of pine forests, as though they were snacks stolen from a sleeping world. On days when his craving sharpened, he chewed stones themselves, leaving blackened scars and strange glassy patches where heat had transformed the surface of the mountain. There were seasons when he slept. The mountain seemed quiet then. The people of the capital would look southwest and see only the ordinary shape of a distant peak. But the old farmers knew that silence in a volcano is not always peace. It can be patience. One summer, the capital's palace gleamed with confidence. A king had built new structures, carved beams, fresh roofs, painted corridors, and ceremonial gates, shaped to convince both visitors and spirits that the throne was strong. The palace was more than luxury. It was message, it told rival elites, foreign envoys, and the common subject alike that order had a physical home. The court rituals performed within those walls were designed to align the human realm with the cosmic one, to present the monarch as a harmonizing axis between heaven and earth. That idea has deep roots in East Asian statecraft. The moral authority of a ruler was tied to harmony with the world. When calamity struck, people sometimes wondered if a ruler's virtue had faltered. That was not always a fair judgment, but it was a powerful one. A palace was a declaration that the king intended to keep the world properly arranged. The fire spirit saw that palace and felt insulted. From his mountain he could sense the heavy smell of fresh timber, the sweet weakness of new lacquer, the pleasing dryness of unused beams. The palace was a feast so tempting that it became a kind of obsession. He imagined swallowing a throne room as though it were a bundle of kindling. He imagined the royal banners curling in flame. He imagined the shock on the faces of humans who believed that wealth could shield them from old elemental hungers. He did not go alone into this dream. The south wind was his companion in mischief. Wind spirits often appear in Korean stories as forces with personality, playful or dangerous depending on the moment. The south wind in this tale is a conspirator who understands that fire is never more powerful than when it is fed by breath. When the fire spirit called to her, she answered with laughter that sounded like leaves whipped into frantic applause. They planned with a patient spite of beings who could outlast human lifetimes. The fire spirit waited for a night when the air was dry and the sky held no promise of rain. He waited for the kind of darkness that makes a city feel small against the vast shoulders of the land. Then he climbed out of the mountain. The first steps of a fire demon toward a city do not look like the march of an army. There are no banners, no drums, no scouts. There is only the shifting glow of unnatural heat, the smell of warm stone, the faint tremor of animals that sense danger before humans can name it. The south wind raced ahead of him, slipping through the city streets with sudden gusts that rattled shutters and made stray dogs whine. The outer houses caught first. A spark that should have died on a roof beam instead bloomed into a hungry tongue of flame. One small blaze became two became 10. The wind fanned the fire as though it were playing a cruel instrument. Streets that had been quiet turned into corridors of panic. People ran with bundles in their arms, with children clamped to their chests, with prayers stuck in their throats. The fires climbed. They leapt across narrow lanes and devoured the dry backs of wooden buildings. In an age when cities were largely built from timber, and roofs were often thatched or layered with materials that could burn, a strong wind could turn a small mistake into devastation. The tale exaggerates the agency of the fire spirit, but it also reflects a historical truth. Urban fires were feared with reason. The fire spirit reached the palace. He was delighted. He stormed through the outer gates of the compound, a living furnace with laughter that could have been mistaken for the crackling of beams under torture. Roof tiles exploded in heat. Pillars blackened, then collapsed. The beauty of the palace was helpless against the raw logic of combustion. The king's guards did what men always do when facing something beyond training. They fought in pieces. They pushed back flames with wet cloth and desperate courage. They formed lines that disintegrated under a force that did not care about ranks. By dawn, the palace was ash. The fire spirit returned to his mountain with the satisfied mood of a creature who had proven a point. The south wind left the city in a swirl of soot and playful contempt. The capital woke to ruin, and the king stood among the smoking remnants of his authority. A monarch can mourn in private. A monarch must respond in public. The court assembled. Advisors arrived with ink-stained hands and sleepless faces. Geomancers were summoned. The wise men of the realm were asked to explain how the city had been pierced so easily by elemental rage. The first impulse in such moments is to seek blame. Some looked to the mountain and whispered of negligence, of rituals perhaps skipped or performed without the proper reverence. Others argued that this was an unavoidable trial of the age. Folklore is not always concerned with fairness, it is concerned with meaning. The king in this story is neither villain nor fool. He is a ruler faced with a threat that mocks human confidence. He chooses action. The idea of bringing in a Chinese dragon comes from an older cultural ecology where dragons are not monsters but cosmic regulators associated with rain, clouds, rivers, and the balance of forces that keep agriculture alive. In many East Asian traditions, dragons are beneficent and powerful. They live in the spaces of sky and water. They can punish arrogance, but they can also protect a righteous realm. In a city threatened by fire, a rain dragon feels like the most sensible ally imaginable. A messenger was sent. The kingdom bore great expense to secure such a guardian. The dragon that arrived was magnificent, scaled and ancient, with the aura of something that belonged to river depths and thunderheads. The people welcomed it like a piece of heaven that had decided to walk among them. The court fed it lavishly. It was honored, adorned, and treated with almost comical indulgence, as though comfort could ensure loyalty. That indulgence did not bring vigilance. The dragon, in this version of the story, grows complacent. Perhaps it is offended by the way humans presume to command a being of cosmic stature. Perhaps it is simply lazy. Folktales often punish complacency regardless of the creature that displays it. The moral is not subtle. An imported solution, however impressive, cannot replace local wisdom and sustained vigilance. The fire spirit returned. The south wind joined him again with delighted malice. The dragon slept. The palace burned a second time. This second devastation cuts deeper than the first. The king has tried the grand solution, the exotic power, the dramatic gesture meant to reassure the people that the throne can summon the forces of the world itself. And still the flames win. The shame of that failure would have felt heavy in a culture where rulers were expected to align themselves with cosmic order. The dragon departs. The people are left with the truth that no foreign wonder will save them if they do not understand the specific shape of their own danger. The king gathers his advisors again. In the smoke of the second disaster, a more grounded intelligence emerges. They begin to map the pattern of the fire spirit's approach. They think in terms of geography rather than spectacle. The fire spirit comes from the southwest. He travels through a valley that channels his path toward the city. If the path can be disrupted, the force can be slowed. A plan is formed. It is simple enough to seem almost naive. Dig a great pond across the valley. Fill it with water deep enough to swallow a fire demon's stride. Let the spirit of water oppose the spirit of flame. In folklore, this is pleasing logic. In practical terms, it is also an echo of the real ways pre-modern societies used water systems, moats, reservoirs, and landscape engineering to mitigate disasters. Human beings have always shaped their environment to withstand threats. Tales like this turn that pragmatic truth into mythic drama. The order goes out. Laborers arrive from every district. The digging begins. The ground is cut open under a punishing Sunday. Men haul earth in baskets. Women bring water and food. The capital becomes a place of construction that feels almost like war preparation. The king is not portrayed as a distant figure. He is a commander in a struggle against a force that has embarrassed his throne twice over. The pond grows. The water is diverted. The valley now holds a shimmering barrier, a silent ambush designed to humble flame. The fire spirit does not know. In the mountain, he is already plotting his next feast. The south wind boasts of how quickly the palace will fall this time. The fire spirit imagines the sound of new beams cracking and the rich smell of lacquer giving way to smoke. He descends again. The city waits. The pond lies in darkness like a secret held between the king and the earth. This chapter ends on the knife edge of that anticipation, with a capital that has suffered enough to learn the value of quiet preparation, with a fire spirit whose arrogance has not yet met its counterweight, and with the south wind still eager to play the cruel musician of disaster. Night returns to Seoul. The rebuilt palace stands with cautious dignity, its rooflines cutting clean shapes against the sky. Guards walk their routes with eyes sharpened by memory. The people sleep lightly. Somewhere beyond the city's edge, the new pond reflects starlight and keeps its trap patient. The mountain glows faintly in the southwest. The wind shifts. The fire spirit begins to move. The fire spirit came down the mountain again with the swagger of a creature that had never paid a lasting price for arrogance. The south wind ran ahead of him, teasing the trees into frantic motion, lifting ash that still lingered in the cracks of the city's memory. Seoul had rebuilt quickly because humans always rebuild quickly when they have no other choice. New beams had been raised, new tiles set, new paints brushed onto palace wood with hands that still trembled when old men recalled the first two burnings. The king had ordered resilience to be visible. The people had answered with tired bravery. The palace looked whole enough to convince a stranger, but to those who had watched it collapse in flame, the structures had the uneasy fragility of a healed bone that still remembers its fracture. The valley welcomed the demon with a silence he misread as surrender. He was thinking of lacquer and polished stair rails. He was thinking of the deep, dry sweetness of fresh timber. He was thinking of the way a palace roof would sound when it began to crack under heat, as if the building itself were shouting in surprise. The south wind delighted in these fantasies and whipped herself into a shrieking gale that rushed toward the city like a messenger of doom. The fire spirit followed, hotter, brighter, impatient now, as if hunger had become a clock ticking in his chest. He did not know that the shape of the land had changed. He did not know that the king and his laborers had left a quiet, glistening answer in his path. When the fire spirit reached the heart of the valley, he stepped forward, and the earth vanished beneath him. He plunged into the great pond with a roar that sounded like a furnace drowning. Water swallowed flame and exploded into steam. The night filled with a white, choking cloud that rolled out across the reeds. The demon thrashed and tried to climb the slick bank, his fire sputtering into frantic flashes. It was a humiliating sight for a creature who had played the invincible lord of catastrophe. The south wind circled above the chaos, her laughter turning nervous as she felt heat weaken beneath her. The fire spirit hauled himself out at last, dripping and furious, his glow dimmed to a ragged ember. He staggered forward anyway, too proud to retreat, too enraged to accept that humans might have learned how to wound him. He reached the outer districts of Seoul like a storm that had lost half its teeth. Houses caught fire, but not with the same ravenous speed. Roofs smoked and blackened, yet the flames struggled to leap. The south wind tried to revive the blaze, but the dampness clung to the demon's body like a curse and reduced her mischief to a weaker breath. When the fire spirit arrived at the palace compound, he managed to scorch part of the rebuilt structures, enough to remind the city that he still existed, enough to keep fear alive in the bones of witnesses. But he could not swallow the palace whole. His own wet fury betrayed him. The pond had taken something from him besides heat. It had taken certainty. At last he turned away, trailing smoke and rage, and limped back toward his mountain with the taste of defeat bitter on his tongue. Morning revealed a city split between grief and astonished relief. The palace had been struck, yet it was still standing, scarred rather than erased. People gathered at a distance to stare at the blackened wings of the compound, as if expecting them to crumble on their own from memory. The king walked the grounds with the tense calm of a man who had lived too long beside a danger that could not be negotiated with. He understood what the people felt. They wanted to celebrate the partial victory, yet feared provoking the spirit's return with too much joy. The king listened to his advisors, and when he learned exactly how the trap had worked, he summoned the well-digger and the engineers who had turned a desperate idea into a physical barrier. Their labor had been the kind of heroism that never earns songs unless a wise ruler insists on it. The king gave them rewards not for spectacle, but for the quiet intelligence of survival. And the story remembers this generosity because folklore loves a monarch who recognizes that the strength of a realm is measured by more than swords. But the king also knew that a wounded fire spirit could recover. A pond was a lesson, not a final chain. Water might blunt the demon's force, but it could not guarantee that he would not find another path, another season, another method of turning his appetite into calamity. The court returned to the deeper principles that had shaped Korean approaches to landscape and protection for centuries. The idea that the world possessed an inner order was not theoretical, it was practical. In the tradition of Pungsu, the Korean form of geomancy, related to broader East Asian ideas of reading the land, mountains and watercourses, carried energy that influenced human fortune. A palace was positioned for harmony. A city's defenses included walls, soldiers, and also symbols meant to align spiritual forces toward protection. In that worldview, a visible guardian could matter as much as a hidden trap. The king asked for a guardian that could not sleep and could not be bribed by comfort. He asked for something that would stand at the palace gate and announce to the fire spirit that Seoul had grown teeth of its own. The master stone carvers heard the request and understood the scale of it. Their craft was not merely decorative. In a world where myth and civic life overlapped, the carving of a guardian beast was a political and cosmological act. Stone could be given personality through belief. The sculptors gathered granite from the mountains as if harvesting a stubborn piece of the earth's will. The block was immense. The hauling of it across roads and fields required hundreds of hands and the coordinated patience of a community that had learned the price of unpreparedness. In the workshops, chisels rang for weeks. The craftsmen did not carve a gentle spirit. They carved a creature that looked born from the argument between terror and protection. The form that emerged resembled the legendary Haetai or Haechi, a beast known in Korean tradition as a guardian associated with justice and the power to repel disaster, especially fire. The exact shape of such a creature varied across depictions, but the essential impression was always the same. A lion-like body with a sturdiness that suggested endurance. Scales or armor-like textures hinting at invulnerability. a face filled with severity rather than beauty, a mouth that implied appetite, but an appetite directed toward the destruction of destructive forces. The king's sculptors leaned into that symbolic logic. They gave the statue eyes that seemed to judge the world. They gave it fangs that could convince imagination that even a fire demon might be edible. When the great stone fire eater was finished, the palace grounds felt different. The statue anchored the entrance with a literal weight that seemed to press the air into new obedience. Soldiers patrolling near it felt both comforted and unsettled, as if this guardian belonged to an older and harsher law than their own training. The people came in daylight to look at it from a safe distance. Children hid behind their mothers' skirts, the way children do when they are torn between terror and fascination. The king permitted this public witnessing. He wanted the city to internalize the presence of a protector. A symbol cannot protect a community if the community does not believe in its role. The next dry night arrived quietly. The south wind returned to the mountain with her playful malice restored. She expected the fire spirit to roar with renewed confidence. Instead, she found him brooding, his pride bruised by the memory of drowning heat. Yet pride is a stubborn illness. The fire spirit had built his identity on the idea that humans were helpless before him. He told himself that the pond had been chance, a trick of water that would not stop him twice. He told himself that a city dared not humiliate him again. The south wind encouraged these thoughts, because wind loves the drama of friction and flame. Together they began their descent once more, with the demon's fire burning brighter as he neared the familiar city that had once fed him like a banquet table. The pond waited. He fell into it again, and this time his rage was so great that he forced himself out faster, shaking off water in violent sprays that hissed into vapor. He arrived at the palace approach, still sputtering but determined to finish what he had started. The south wind whipped around the roofs, searching for the place where flame could take hold. The fire spirit raised his arms and prepared to spill himself into the wooden heart of royal power. Then he saw the statue. It stood at the gate, as if it had been there longer than the palace itself. Moonlight cut clean lines along its jaws and horns and muscular posture. Its eyes seemed to catch the faint red glow of the demon's own fire and reflect it back with a cold disdain. The fire spirit slowed. The south wind faltered, her gusts thinning into uncertain breezes. The great stone fire eater did not move, because stone does not need movement to intimidate. It needed only presence, the immovable certainty of a creature that could not be bribed by fatigue or frightened by heat. The fire spirit approached a few more steps and felt a sensation he had not known in all his years of predation. He felt small. The statue's open mouth looked ready to swallow flame. Its fangs were angled in a way that suggested they were designed for something tougher than wood. The fire spirit imagined his own body caught between those jaws, his fiery essence crushed into darkness. Folklore thrives on this kind of reversal, where the predator meets a larger predator shaped from the fears of the community it once terrorized. The great stone fire eater was the city's imagination turned into granite. It was the accumulated will of the king, the laborers, the craftsmen, and every citizen who had watched their homes vanish into smoke. The south wind tried to laugh, but the sound came thin. The fire spirit hesitated long enough for doubt to deepen. Doubt is a form of cooling. He looked from the statue to the palace behind it. The palace was a feast, yes, but now the feast seemed guarded by something older and more ruthless than any soldier. The demon had never fought a symbol that had been carved for the specific purpose of frightening him. He had fought men, he had fought buildings, He had fought the ordinary materials of human life. This was different. This was a threat that belonged to the same mythic language as his own existence. He took a step back. The south wind circled him, urging him forward, but she too could sense the shift in the air. The statue radiated a silent warning that the night was no longer the demon's exclusive territory. For a heartbeat, the fire spirit seemed to weigh his pride against his survival. In heroic tales, a monster sometimes chooses combat and dies gloriously. In folklore shaped by practical fear, a monster often chooses retreat when faced with a protection it cannot understand. The fire spirit was prideful, but he was not foolish. He had learned from the pond that humans could lay traps in the land itself. What other traps might be hidden in the shadow of that stone beast? He retreated further. Then he turned. The south wind followed, annoyed and unsettled, her gusts fading as she was forced to abandon the spectacle she had expected. The fire spirit ran back through the valley, his flames shrinking in the cold air of humiliation. He did not stop at the pond. He did not stop to snarl at the city. He fled to the mountain and disappeared into the crater with a rage that had nowhere to go. The night remained intact. The palace stood. The great stone fire eater kept its eternal watch. In the hours that followed, Seoul did what cities always do after surviving their own nightmares. It breathed out slowly, as if testing whether it was safe to relax. Guards remained alert. The king did not immediately declare absolute victory, because wise rulers know that certainty invites careless habits. Yet there was a new stability in the air. The people had seen the demon fail twice, and they had seen that the city now possessed multiple layers of defense: the practical barrier of water and the spiritual barrier of the guardian statue. The great stone fire eater became part of daily life. Merchants passed it on their way to supply palace kitchens. Courtiers bowed before it with a respectful nod. Children grew accustomed to its silhouette, and the fear it inspired shifted into a kind of pride. To be a citizen of a protected capital is to live under the shadow of symbols that remind you that your community has endured. Over time, such guardian figures became a recognizable part of the architectural language of Korean palaces and gates. The presence of fierce stone animals at entrances was never purely aesthetic. It was a statement of boundary, a line drawn between the ordered space of governance and the chaotic threats believed to lurk beyond. The story keeps its focus on the fire spirit, but it also quietly celebrates human adaptation. The king does not conquer the mountain. He does not attempt to extinguish the elemental force outright. Instead, he changes the relationship between city and landscape. He acknowledges that some dangers cannot be erased and chooses instead to build systems that channel and deter them. That is an ancient form of wisdom, echoed in many cultures where people learned to live beside forests that could burn, rivers that could flood, and mountains that could shake. At night, the statue looks most alive. Moonlight turns its granite into silver and shadow. In that light, it seems possible to imagine the fire spirit watching from the distant peak, simmering in grudging silence, unwilling to test the city again. The south wind returns to gentler games over rooftops. The pond remains in the valley, still and dark, patient as a second lesson waiting to be remembered. Seoul continues to rebuild its life around these protections. The palace lanterns are lit without the same tremor in the hand. The court ceremonies regain their rhythm. The king resumes the careful work of governance that does not make legends but keeps a realm intact. The people sleep more deeply. In the distance, the mountain remains part of the skyline, a reminder that the world is never fully tamed, only negotiated with. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the city is wrapped in cold mist and the palace roofs collect thin layers of frost, the great stone fire eater stands at the gate as if listening for the wrong kind of wind. In the beginning of this Mayan tale, the world is not yet the world people recognize. The sky exists, the earth exists, the forests and rivers exist, but the order of light has not settled into its familiar rhythm. There is a sense of unfinished architecture in the universe. The Popol Vuh speaks of ages and experiments of creation, of attempts to shape beings who could speak the names of the gods and carry gratitude in their breath. Before humanity finds its final form, before the sun and moon take their rightful places as steady lamps of time, the landscape of myth is full of openings where arrogance can climb in and pretend to be destiny. That is where Vucub Cacique appears. His name is often translated as Seven Macaw, and even the sound of that title suggests display and excess. A macaw is a creature built for spectacle, bright feathers, royal colors, a voice that carries across distance. In the logic of myth, such a bird can become a bridge between the ordinary and the supernatural because it already looks like something too vivid to be real. Vucub Cacique is not simply a magnificent bird. He is a being who believes magnificence grants authority. His feathers shimmer like a living mosaic. His eyes have a hard metallic gleam, and his teeth are described as jewels, as if his mouth were a treasure chest that opens whenever he chooses to smile. The story insists on this detail because his beauty is not incidental. It is the foundation of his delusion. He climbs to the top of a great tree and declares himself the sun and moon. In a world still waiting for true celestial order, the claim almost works. There are moments in early creation myths across many cultures where the universe is vulnerable to imposters. Someone speaks with confidence. Someone shines. Someone convinces the uncertain world that they are the missing piece. Vucub Cacique is that kind of pretender. He is a creature of wealth and radiance in a time when radiance is rare. He looks down on the early beings of the earth and speaks as though he is the axis around which their future should turn. His words are full of self-worship. He speaks of the brilliance of his eyes. He boasts of the glow of his teeth. He insists that all who look upon him should accept his light as the definitive light. The arrogance is almost intimate. He is not trying to build a kingdom in the human sense. He is trying to build a cosmos where his own reflection is the primary law. The Popol Vuh has a sharp instinct for the dangers of that kind of pride. It is a text that survived enormous historical pressure. The version known today was preserved by Quiché Maya, scribes in the colonial era, written in the Latin alphabet after the Spanish conquest, carrying older oral and ritual traditions into a new form that could endure in a hostile world. This means the story carries layers of time. It belongs to pre-Columbian cosmology and to the later experience of cultural survival. When the Popol Vuh condemns a false god who claims authority he has not earned, it resonates with more than one historical memory. That resonance does not change the myth's core events. It deepens the atmosphere around them. Vucub Cacique is the kind of figure myth loves to topple. He is powerful enough to threaten the cosmic plan, yet vain enough to make his downfall feel inevitable once the rightful forces arrive. His beauty is his armor, but it is also his weakness. A being who believes he is untouchable because he is dazzling will always underestimate the quiet intelligence of those who see past glitter. The rightful forces arrive in the form of the hero twins. Hunahpu and Ixbalanca do not start this episode as the sun and moon they will one day become. They are younger here, still moving through a world of trials and adversaries, still proving that cunning and courage can shape reality. The Popol Vuh frames them as culture heroes, figures who defeat arrogance and brutality through cleverly chosen tests. Their story is not a straight path of strength. It is a chain of strategic victories that restore balance one arrogant being at a time. They hear Vucub Cacix boasting. They understand immediately that this is more than a personal insult. A false sun disrupts creation itself. It misleads the early beings of the world. It places a selfish ego in the slot reserved for cosmic order. The twins decide that this bird must be humbled, not merely for revenge or reputation, but for the health of the world that is still being assembled. Their plan is precise. They do not charge at him with spears. They do not challenge him in the open, where his dazzling presence could intimidate witnesses into believing his lies. They choose the terrain of the hunt. They find a tree where he feeds. This detail matters. It places the conflict in a living ecosystem. The twins recognize that even a false god must obey hunger. The tree is laden with fruit. In some tellings, it is a nance tree, a detail that anchors the myth in the sensory world of Mesoamerica, where fruit, color, and seasonal abundance shape daily life. The Popol Vuh often weaves cosmic drama into the ordinary textures of food, family, and landscape, reminding listeners that the sacred story is never far from the acts of eating, planting, and moving through forests filled with birds whose feathers seem to echo the colors of imagined deities. Vucub Cacix arrives to feed. He perches high, confident and relaxed, because confidence is his default weather. The twins hide below with blowguns. The blowgun is not a random choice of weapon. It reflects real hunting technologies in the ancient Americas. A small tube of wood and a dart propelled by breath is a practical tool for bringing down birds without the noise of larger weapons. In myth, this technology becomes symbolic. The twins use breath itself to act against a being who falsely claims to embody the light of the sky. Their quiet weapon is a contrast to his loud vanity. Hunahpu aims. The dart strikes Vucub Cacix in the jaw. The moment is both comic and brutal in the way folklore often handles the downfall of the proud. A being who loved to show his glittering mouth is wounded precisely there. The blow cracks his radiant certainty. He shrieks and flails. He tumbles from the tree, not dead, but humiliated by the pain and the sudden proof that he has a vulnerable body beneath his shine. The twins rush forward. They believe the strike has done enough. This is where the myth takes a sharp turn, reminding the listener that arrogance is dangerous, but still dangerous. Vucub Cacix is wounded, yet he is still immensely powerful. He lashes out with furious strength and tears off Hunahpu's arm. The loss is not a minor injury. It is a symbolic wound in the hero's path. The Popol Vuh uses bodily harm to mark stages of transformation. The twins will ultimately become celestial bodies, but before that, they must endure the humiliations and dangers that test whether they are worthy of shaping the world. Vucub Cacix escapes with the arm. He flees to his home, clutching his grotesque trophy. The act is a statement of dominance. He wants the world to see that he can steal strength from those who challenge him. He wants to turn the twins' rebellion into a cautionary tale. His pride survives the injury. It even expands, fed by the belief that he has proven his superiority. The twins retreat. This is not defeat in the narrative sense. It is the pause that allows a more elaborate strategy to form. The Popol Vuh admires cleverness more than impulsive rage. The twins do not try to reclaim the arm by brute force. They recognize that Vucub Kakix's power is bound to his ornaments and his self-image. He is a being whose identity is externalized in jewels and shine. Remove the shine, and the false god collapses. They seek help from elders. The story brings in an old man and old woman who appear humble and harmless. These figures are sometimes interpreted as the twins' grandparents or as allied deities disguised in frail forms. The detail works on multiple levels. It suggests that wisdom and age can outmaneuver pride. It also reflects a social truth embedded in many indigenous traditions. Elders carry authority that is not loud. They carry lived knowledge and ritual understanding. In myth, that authority becomes a weapon sharper than any blade. The old couple approaches Vucub Kakix. They present themselves as healers. They speak the language of care, of remedy, of relief from pain. Vucub Kakix is suffering. His jaw throbs. His broken teeth, once the centerpiece of his boast, now mock him every time he tries to speak. Pain is the crack through which the trick enters. He invites them in. The old couple examine his mouth and his eyes. They claim they can restore his splendor. Vucub Kakix, desperate to regain his aesthetic authority, agrees to their treatment. The twins' plan now moves from the hunt to the con. The Popol Vuh delights in this shift. A false god who used spectacle to seize cosmic power will be undone by a quiet performance of empathy. The healers begin the procedure. They extract his teeth. In the mythic logic of the Popol Vuh, these teeth are more than biological. They are the emblem of his false identity. Removing them strips away the physical manifestation of his claim to radiance. The healers replace the jewel teeth with humble substitutes, often described as simple white kernels of maize. Maize matters. Corn is the sacred heart of Mesoamerican life. It is food, economy, and cosmology. The Popol Vuh later describes humans as beings formed from maize dough, shaped by the gods into a final successful creation, capable of speech and gratitude. By replacing Vucub Kakix's false glitter with maize, the story performs a symbolic correction. The false sun is forced into the ordinary substance that will define true humanity. His jewels are exchanged for the humble matter of real life. They tend his eyes as well. The myth implies that his eyes had a shining quality that fed his boast. The healers remove that brilliance. In some interpretations, his eyes are replaced with something dull. Even if the exact materials vary across retellings, the narrative function is consistent. His ability to dazzle collapses. He can no longer look upon the world as a self-named celestial authority. Vucub Kakix grows weaker. His pride is tethered to his ornaments. When they vanish, his power drains away as if a lamp has been deprived of oil. The Popol Vuh treats this as a moral physics. The false brightness cannot survive contact with truth and humility. The twins recover Hunapu's arm. This retrieval restores their wholeness and also signals that their plan has succeeded on every necessary level. The false god is stripped, the hero is restored, the cosmos inches closer to its rightful arrangement. Yet this is still the first act of a broader balancing. Vucubcacix has sons. Zipacna and Caprican are embodiments of geological force and arrogant strength. Their stories follow the logic of the father's downfall. They too claim powers that unsettle the world. One boasts of raising mountains, another boasts of shaking them. In these figures, the Popol Vuh gives personality to the raw forces of the earth. This is a common sensation in myth. Mountains and earthquakes feel alive to the human mind because they are so vast and indifferent. Turning them into boastful giants makes them narratively manageable, allowing a culture to articulate awe and fear in the language of family conflict and moral correction. The twins will confront the sons later. For now, the focus remains on the false son who finally realizes he has been undone. There is a particular cruelty in the way his defeat occurs. He is not killed in a glorious duel. He is not struck down in front of an audience that can cheer his humiliation. He is dismantled quietly, in his own home, by figures who appear weak. The removal of his ornaments is almost surgical. It is not merely violence, it is subtraction. He becomes smaller with each lost jewel, with each replaced tooth. The myth suggests that shame itself is lethal when your identity is built on vanity. His death is the final confirmation that his light was never real. The world continues. The Popol Vuh is careful about this rhythm. A monster falls, and nature does not collapse. The false authority was a temporary distortion, not the foundation of reality. This gives the story its comforting architecture. It promises that arrogance can be removed without destroying the world, that true order is more resilient than the loud impostors who attempt to occupy its throne. The twins, still early in their long mythic path, move onward. They are not finished with the underworld lords. They are not finished with the trials that will shape them into the sun and moon the world is still waiting for. But the fall of Vucubcacix is a major step. It clears a space in the sky and in the imagination. It removes the counterfeit brightness that could confuse the early beings of the earth. As evening settles in this chapter's world, the forests of the highlands breathe with a calmer rhythm. The great tree that once held the false sun stands silent. Its branches no longer bear the weight of a boaster who believed his feathers could replace destiny. Somewhere in the shadows, the twins prepare for the next confrontations that will test their intelligence and their endurance. The true lights of the world are still on their way. The path to them passes through pride, pain, and the patient logic of myth. The forest swallowed sound after the first clash, the way a great body swallows a knife and keeps breathing. Hunahpu and Ixbalanque moved through shadow and leaf, keeping pace with each other, not speaking much, because there are moments when speech only sharpens pain. Hunahpu's missing arm was a raw absence that made the air feel colder around him. The wound was not simply physical. In a myth where bodies carry meaning, a lost limb is a torn page in destiny. The twins had struck the false sun with clever aim and bold timing, yet the price had been immediate and humiliating. Vucubcacix had fled with the arm as a trophy, and that act was its own kind of grotesque proclamation. The bird demon wanted the world to witness that he could devour the challengers who dared question his radiance. He wanted the early beings of the earth to see that his glitter was still law, Somewhere beyond the broad trunks and the wet tangles of understory, he was already turning the stolen arm into an ornament of triumph. The twins did not need to imagine the scene to feel its weight. They knew the personality of their enemy. Pride, like his, is never content with private victory. It must be displayed. Vucub returned to his dwelling high in the trees with a wound in his jaw and fury in his chest. He told himself that the pain proved nothing. Pain was a nuisance. Pain could be treated. What mattered was the story he could now force upon the world. The great macaw-like lord hung Hunapu's arm in a place of honor, where any visitor would have to look up and recognize the reach of his violence. He displayed it as proof that he remained untouchable, proof that even the audacity of the famous twins could be broken and turned into decoration. Yet when the night deepened and he was alone with his injury, the arrogance cracked into something more fragile. He could feel his teeth loosened and shattered. He could feel the throb that traveled up into his skull. Every time he tried to speak his divine claims, his jaw reminded him that flesh and bone still existed beneath his jewels. The Popol Vuh understands something sharp about vanity. A being who builds identity on splendor will fear the loss of splendor more than death itself. Vucub wanted to be feared, but he wanted even more to be admired. As long as his mouth hurt and his teeth were broken, admiration would thin into ridicule. This possibility gnawed at him more than the wound. He needed someone who could restore the illusion. The twins understood that need. They withdrew into council with age and with the quiet forces that gathered around them like unseen allies. In this part of the myth, an old man and an old woman enter the story, figures who wear humility like camouflage. They appear as a frail couple, traveling healers whose lives have been shaped by hardship rather than glory. The details vary in emphasis across retellings, but the logic is consistent. The twins enlist the wisdom of elders, and the elders become the instrument through which arrogance is undone. This is not simply moral theatre. It echoes a cultural reality in which knowledge of ritual, medicine, and social balance often rests with those who have watched many seasons pass. A young hero may carry strength and daring. The elder carries timing, disguise, and the patience to let pride walk into its own trap. The plan the twins shape is as elegant as it is cruel. They do not seek to kill Vucub in open fight. A public duel would still assign him a dignity he does not deserve. They want to strip away the mechanics of his false authority. They want to remove the ornaments that allow him to convince himself and others that he is the sun and the moon. In this mythic economy, the jewels in his mouth and the hard brilliance of his eyes are not decorative. They are the scaffolding of his cosmological lie. Take them away, and the lie collapses into a powerless body that cannot bear the shame of its own exposure. The twins also understand that Vucub is susceptible to the language of care. He is wounded and proud and therefore primed to accept help that flatters his self-image. A false god who proclaims perfection is rarely prepared to admit vulnerability. When he does admit it, he will accept almost any promise that offers restoration. The old couple approached the great bird demon in daylight, and daylight mattered. Vucub thrived on being seen. His feathers were a banner of iridescence. His voice carried the authority of a creature who believed the world existed to hear him. The old man bowed low. The old woman kept her gaze gentle and respectful. They spoke like people who had traveled a long way and learned that deference can be a sharper survival tool than courage. They presented themselves as humble healers who had heard of the great Lord who shone above all others. They expressed sorrow that such a magnificent being might be suffering from pain. They offered remedies. They did not rush. They let the scent of their humility fill the space. The twins, disguised as their grandchildren or attendants, were present at the edges of this small performance, and their silence was part of the strategy. Vukub looked down at them with suspicion that softened into interest. He was used to fear, he was used to flattery. The old couple offered both in measured doses, and their calmness suggested confidence and skills that might be rare. When the old man mentioned teeth, Vukub flinched. That tiny reaction revealed the truth hidden beneath his boastful shell. The false son was in pain, and he was frightened that pain might become visible to the world. His jaw was the center of his display. The memory of the blowgun dart striking his mouth still burned like a hot coal. He wanted to believe he could heal himself through sheer importance, but the body does not always obey pride. The old woman spoke softly about how they had repaired the teeth of many great ones, kings, warriors, spirits of the forest. She said they had methods that could restore beauty and end discomfort. She offered these words with the careful cadence of someone who knows that vanity is hungry for reassurance. Vukub agreed to be treated. The myth often emphasizes how eagerly he accepts this offer, because the eagerness is a signal of his vulnerability. The old couple examined his mouth with the solemnity of surgeons. They murmured about infection. They spoke of the need for replacement. They said that the broken jewels must be removed so that the great lord could shine without corruption. Vukub listened with the tense attention of a patient whose pride has already been compromised by suffering. When they explained that they would replace his teeth with something clean and strong and perfectly suitable for a being of his magnitude, he nodded. Then the old man began the work. The scene is both intimate and mythic. The false son lies still while humble hands remove the very symbols of his false greatness. One by one, the old couple extracted the pieces of turquoise, jade, and glittering substance that had defined his smile. Each removal drew a hiss of pain from the bird demon. Each removal also drew him closer to the edge of collapse. The twins watched with the cold patience of people who understand that moral order sometimes requires an act that feels like cruelty. The old woman placed new teeth into his mouth, and these teeth were not jewels. They were white kernels of maize. Corn is not a trivial substitution in this story. Maize is sacred in the world of the Maya. It is a staple of life, a foundation of agriculture and daily endurance. It is also a substance with cosmological weight. The Popol Vuh later describes the successful creation of humanity from maize dough, a narrative that frames corn as the material of true being. By replacing the false god's jeweled teeth with maize, the myth performs a symbolic correction. It drags a self-worshipping impostor away from glitter and places him into the common sacred substance that will define real humans. It is a quiet humiliation disguised as healing. Vukub does not recognize the insult immediately. He is consumed by the relief of pain lessening. He believes that any replacement must be an improvement if it is offered by those who appear to serve him. The old man then turned to the eyes. The eyes of Vukub had been part of his claim to radiance. The story describes them as bright with a hard, shimmering quality, as if the cosmos itself had embedded treasure inside his gaze. The healers spoke of clouds in his vision, of impurities, of the need to remove the old brilliance to restore a cleaner one. Their language was soothing and clinical. Vukub still desperate to regain his full power of display, consented again. The removal of his eyes, whether described literally or symbolically, is a moment where the myth bares its teeth. A false authority is not gently corrected, it is dismantled. The old couple replaced the shining instruments of his vanity with something dull and humble, and as they did, the light inside him began to gutter. It is here that the story reveals its deeper logic. Vukub Kakix was never truly the Sunday. He had been a mirror that convinced itself it was a star. His power depended on belief, including his own. When his ornaments disappeared, his belief faltered. The world did not bow. The forest did not brighten for him. The early beings of the earth did not scramble to honor a creature whose smile no longer glittered. The false god felt the shift in the air. He looked at his reflection in water and saw a mouth no longer lined with treasure. He saw the pale kernels that belonged to meals and fields, not to cosmic sovereignty. The horror that rose in him was not fear of death. It was fear of ordinariness. A being who has proclaimed himself the center of creation cannot survive the sudden certainty that he is not even the brightest creature on a branch. His strength collapsed. The myth often suggests that shame itself was lethal. This is not poetic exaggeration. It is a moral statement expressed through narrative physics. Pride inflates a creature beyond its rightful scale. Truth deflates it. Vukub Kakix weakened, as if the removal of jewels had opened a hole through which his stolen authority leaked away. He tried to rise and command the world again, but his voice sounded different to his own ears. The old couple remained calm. The twins revealed their true identities. Hunahpu reclaimed his arm, restoring the wholeness that had been stolen. The false son could do nothing but watch the foundations of his identity crumble. He died there, not as a majestic villain, not as a cosmic rival with a glorious last stand. He died as an exposed pretender. His feathers remained beautiful, because nature can be lavish even when a spirit is morally bankrupt. But beauty could not save him now. The world had moved past his performance. The space he had occupied at the top of the great tree was empty again, waiting for the true lights that would one day rise. The twins did not linger in triumph. They were heroes shaped by motion. Each victory opened the next gate of responsibility. The Popol Vuh flows forward with the inevitability of a river finding its own descent. The fall of Vukub Kakix is a cleansing, but it is not the final cleansing. His sons remained, and their arrogance was a different flavor of threat. If the father represented false celestial authority, the sons represented the dangerous boast of geological power. Zipacna was the first. He was a giant who claimed to shape mountains, a creature of muscular pride who wanted the world to believe that every ridge and peak owed its existence to his hands. In a landscape where mountains are sacred and carry spiritual significance, such a claim is an assault on the divine architecture of the earth. The twins approached him with the same strategic intelligence they had used against his father. They offered him a task. They flattered him into believing he could accomplish feats beyond measure. When he bragged that he could lift a mountain, they guided him into a trap where the very weight he desired became the instrument of his downfall. The story describes him being crushed beneath a mountain or sealed under earth, a poetic resolution that binds his obsession to his end. Then came Cabrican. He was the shaker of mountains, a figure who embodied earthquakes and the terrifying sensation that the ground itself might decide to turn against the living. The twins lured him with a story of birds and sustenance. They offered him food that was tainted with their intention. When his strength faltered, they bound him and buried him in the earth, ensuring that his destructive boasting would no longer threaten the forming order of the world. These episodes echo the father's defeat while expanding the myth's scope. The twins were not merely correcting one arrogant creature. They were correcting a pattern of arrogance that could ripple through the cosmos if left unchallenged. The Popol Vuh places these victories within a larger arc. The twins are moving toward their confrontation with the lords of Xibalba, the underworld of the Quiché Maya imagination, a realm of tests, traps, and dark intelligence. The story does not treat the underworld as a vague hell. It is a structured domain governed by beings who embody disease, fear, and the cunning cruelty of mortality. The twins must descend there later, survive trials that include houses of blades, cold, jaguars, and darkness, and emerge with a kind of authority that only suffering can grant. The defeat of Vucub Cacyx and his sons is a necessary preparation. A hero who cannot humble pride on earth will not survive the more sophisticated cruelty of the underworld. There is also an agricultural heartbeat beneath these cosmic dramas. The Maya world was shaped by seasonal cycles and by the relationship between humans and maize. The mythic insistence on corn as sacred substance reflects how deeply dependent communities were on the success of planting and harvest. A story that elevates maize to a material of creation is more than spiritual poetry. It is cultural memory of survival. When the Popol Vuh claims that humans were ultimately formed from maize, it honors the crop that kept families alive through drought, war, and uncertainty. It binds identity to the land in a way that outlasts political shifts. In that light, the replacement of Vucub Cacyx's jewels with maize teeth becomes a sharp and elegant correction. He wanted to be the Sunday. He was forced into the substance that feeds those who live under the Sunday. The forest after these events feels calmer, though calm in myth is always temporary. Birdsong returns to ordinary patterns. The great trees stand without the burden of a false light perched in arrogant display. The twins walk in the dawn air with their restored wholeness, their confidence strengthened by victories that were earned through risk and intelligence rather than simple force. They are still young, still moving toward the culminating trials that will define them as the true luminaries of the sky. But their path is clearer now. The world has been cleansed of one major distortion. The early beings of the earth can look upward without being tricked by a glittering impostor. The story carries an implicit lesson that reaches beyond this particular episode. Power that depends on display alone is fragile. Authority that declares itself without consent from deeper order will eventually encounter the quiet knives of truth. The Popol Vuh is a mythic text that wants the listener to understand that creation is not only an act of making, it is an act of maintaining balance. When something rises too high without rightful foundation, the heroes who serve balance will come. Night falls again in the highlands. A soft wind moves through leaves. The kind of darkness that once belonged to Vucub Cacyx's boast now belongs to ordinary time. Somewhere in the distance, fields that will one day be planted with maize wait for human hands that have not yet been fully shaped into their final form. The twins, knowing that their greatest trials still lie ahead, pause beside a stream whose surface reflects a sky that is still incomplete. They do not announce what they will become. They simply continue.